And we are live. Welcome everybody to our first live stream at Computer Repair Lab. My name is Mike, I'm the president, founder, and basically what we're gonna be doing today is fixing 5 laptops because we've actually got over 100 laptops donated thanks to our local charity school, well not charity school, just our local school, all over the place. Our St. Peter's Catholic School. Sorry if there's other words in there, but yes, it is that private school, and essentially we started this nonprofit just about like 3-4 months ago. We got all the paperwork finalized, and we worked with them to get over 100 computers donated that they weren't going to be using anymore, or that they eventually upgraded. And basically we just said, hey, we can fix up those computers and get them in hands of students that actually need them, that don't have computers and have the ability to purchase these computers. So we fix them up, give them away for free. We work with our local nonprofits that are youth organizations that can help identify these children in need, where we will basically just say, hey, how many students do you have? How many can we assist with? Here are some laptops, and we're good to go. So we do take computer donations, laptops, desktops, all-in-ones, tablets we can't really reuse like that, but basically we just take these computer machines, fix them up, give them out, and then basically we also, we refurbish. If they are broken, we will fix them up. We can purchase the parts to repair them, and I'm going to be showing you how we can fix those kind of things today. And as well, we do need the financial donations as well to help pay for all these computers, upgrades. So people give them for free, but we also need the money to help fix them, to give them away for free. Most of the time, the computers, all they really need is a solid state drive to update, upgrade, and then we also, I want to make sure that each computer has 8 gigs of RAM. RAM is just some storage. It helps make the systems run a little bit faster, but it's definitely better than the Volusia County Schools recommendations for their at-home school, education, learning, and all that. So we're trying to do better than what they are able to offer students, and we're going to be doing it for free thanks to the community's help with their donations. So the reason that we're getting these 5 computers started today is because all they needed in this case were just 5 solid state drives. Solid state drives, so we ended up getting 5 of them through some very generous people in donations. So we got those 5 started, and we just got them in, I believe, Thursday, and here we are this weekend, we're getting them done. So without further ado, let's look at them. Like, we got a whole bunch of computers. I'm gonna try to do something, just kind of see like in the moment how much I could fix. Like this one that we got from, it says keyboard not working. So I don't know, let's find out what that means. So first thing, I do have a plug over here. Let's see if this thing even turns on. Press a button, feel some air. We do have a little screen come on, and it does seem to be booting up fine. Looks like it has Windows 10 already installed on it. And let's just see how far we can go. But I did notice just before the stream, this space key, it was stuck in the top right, and basically when I just kind of pushed it, it kind of cracked, I guess you could say. But I don't know if that was the issue, and it just happened to, you just had to push it again to fix it, or if there could be something else wrong. And yes, this is taking a very long time to boot up and is definitely very loud. So as we see, it is booting up. Let's see. This should just be one of the students' laptops. Taking a very long time. Yeah, and here we are. Seems to be doing so as of right now, just typing on the keyboard. Basically, I'm just trying to type in a password essentially. So like I'm able to type words, but even without, I don't think I hit shift. Yeah, the keyboard just doesn't feel right, because like I'm holding backspace, it should be going through the entire thing to delete this. The K definitely sounds really weird. Yeah, and the spacebar feels kind of funky still. So I think what we need to do is definitely see about replacing this keyboard. I do have 14 other computers that we can use. So that's the whole point, is out of all these computers that we get, we want to be able to utilize all of them as best we can. So if we do get large bulk donations and everything, we will try to utilize all of them to fix up everything. So that way we try to buy as least parts as possible, but the main goal with that is to pull from the other machines, so that way we can fix up the computers as fast as possible too, without waiting too long. So first off, let's just figure out what's wrong with this keyboard. Probably won't find out what's wrong with it, because it's probably something more internal. But let's see if we could take a part of another laptop, take that apart, and take the keyboard out and replace this one. So let's get this thing unplugged and power it off real quick. Cool. Put that off to the side. This one, it just had a sticker that says Windows 7, so maybe it just hasn't been updated to Windows 10 yet. The K feels better, keyboard feels better. And yes, technically I could just not fix this laptop right now and just work on this one, but I want to show you everything that we can do and will do for these machines. So I definitely want to try to get this keyboard out and put it in this one, just to show you our capabilities. So with that keyboard looking good, let's get started with this one taking it apart first. So the goal is to take the keyboard out, and pretty much we got to figure out how to do that. I've taken computers apart before, of course, so usually some of these older machines, they have some of these holes labeled. In this case, this one does have a keyboard symbol on there. So let me get that screw out. Perfect. Sometimes that's all that's needed, because then you can start popping up the keyboard. We could see if that's the case. One tool that we can use is like a credit card style little card. You could buy these very cheap, or you could get your gift cards and see, and kind of use those to get into these tight crevices. But nothing here seems to be giving easy. It does seem to be sliding up ever so slightly. Let's see what's going on here. Okay, so it looks like it does have some play where I took out that screw. So there may be some other screws underneath here. So let's start getting some of this taken apart to see what we can work with. Okay, and just like I suspected, there are some more. So I did take that one out, and like I said, it felt loose, but not all the way loose. There's another icon that has the same thing. There's two right here. So let's get these out, and maybe, just maybe, we can get it out. And because that's kind of like the line here, I'm looking over here, I don't see any other icon over here. So pretty much we may be okay to go. Let's just check underneath the CD bay Let's take out that one screw, and then we should be able to get this out. Yes. I do see more screw holes, but there is nothing apparent as far as the icon for the keyboard. So let's go ahead and just toss that back in there real quick. Perfect. So let's flip this back over and see if, oh, well then perfect, look at that. We took out those 3 screws from the back and I just pushed up and here we go. I can lift up from the bottom, as you see here, and then pull it towards me ever so slightly. And now once it's fully released, I can start flipping it to see these ribbon cables, which in this case there are 2 right here. So perfect. Let's take that one out and that one. And there we go. Now we got a working keyboard out of this laptop that we can use in this other one that was broken. So for now, that's all we needed for this one as a scrap laptop. So this is a known working part. And for now, let's just toss this all back together so we're not losing too many parts. Where did I put that piece now? Let's see, right there, right in front of me. So here we are. So for this, essentially, because it is scrap and we've already kind of opened it, I'll just kind of lightly piece it together. I won't fully screw everything down. In that case, we need to possibly use it again. Let's see. Make some room. Perfect. Okay, so now we know that we have the keyboard that needs to go into this. And let's kind of do the same process here. We need the keyboard out, but we're also going to put the new solid state drive in here, double check that it has 8 gigs of RAM, and we're actually also going to replace the thermal paste in this laptop. So to kind of do all of that, I pretty much have to take the entire thing apart. So I'll start disassembling it little by little until we can get to the parts that we actually need. Right. Okay, so let's check our RAM first. It does seem we have one stick of 4 gigs here. It looks like DDR3 speed. That's last generations, or almost 2 generations now. DDR5 is coming out. DDR4 has been out. And we also have another 4 gig DDR3 stick as well. So in total, this laptop does already have 8 gigs of RAM, which is perfect. This is the hard disk drive, which we're going to want to remove. And you might be asking, what do we do with the hard drives once we take them out and replace them? Because, like I said earlier, we replace every hard drive with a solid state drive no matter what. So what we do is we will actually physically destroy these drives. What we're going to be doing is taking them apart enough to take out the physical disks, and those disks will be destroyed. The rest of the components will then be brought to a recycling facility, and then that way any metal that's available left over, like the aluminum, pretty much that will be used to possibly raise some more money, and of course properly recycling the metals, so that way we can pay for more components as well. So we're trying to be as sustainable as possible with all the components that we come in contact with. All right, so in this case, since we will have to be going further down, I'll definitely be getting this drive out. All right, let's take a little overall look of what we need to do. The CPU is actually going to be about in this section. It may actually be on the top of the motherboard. Sometimes it's on the bottom here. And the main thing is that we'll just have to replace, well, we'll have to fully remove the bottom case here. So it looks like in that case, we'll just have to keep on doing that. You might be wondering too about some of these components. I'm taking out all these screws, and the question is how do I remember where they all go? Well, I don't remember where each one individually goes, but most of the time they are typically the same size screw. So what I do is when taking things apart, I will pretty much put the same size screws together in the same group. And if there's any oddity ones that are slightly different, then I will kind of place it in my tray close in the same area of where it would kind of be in the main layout of the computer. But in this case so far, it seems like all the screws look to be the same, with the exception of the 4 that held in the hard drive here, and the single screw that held it in the CD drive here. And sometimes it is very hard to see, but there are some etching in here as well for screws. Sometimes they're on the bottom. Sometimes every single one has a different size label, but in this case, it does have it labeled. So that does kind of help as well. So like these 3 small screws that are on the side here, I'll group all of these together. And pretty much I'll just keep on working my way around to find what I need to remove. So the main reason that we are so focused on repairing laptops and not just worried about the ones that we can get from the stores and things like that is because the ones from the stores, yes, you could get for about $200, $250, $300. But a lot of those machines, and even the ones that you get from school that they loan out to students, if they do break, or again, you're buying it brand new, you have to pay that money regardless. So the whole point of doing these repairs is that we can take this at one point in time, probably $400, $500, $600 laptop that this was at that time, and we can just simply put a solid state drive in it, make sure it has 8 gigs of RAM, and pretty much with that upgrade, which would roughly take between, I don't know, $40 to $80 or so. Sometimes up to $100 if the screen is broken, if we need to fix the screen. If we just did that, pretty much you would have a laptop that would have equivalent power of a $500, $600 laptop today. So it's almost transferable as far as keeping the price of the computer going forward by simply just replacing just those 2 components or upgrading those 2 components. So that's why it is so important to do this. And not every computer manufacturer makes this that easy to do. So definitely with the Windows machines, we can get this done very affordable and efficiently. All right, so it seems like I got most all visible screws out. Looks like there's 3 more. There's a couple hidden all the time. So it seems like these 3 down here in this battery bay seem to be the same as the 3 I found over here for the CD drive bay. So I've got those removed as well. couple things to take note. This is a little bit older laptop. Some of the more current ones, if you just remove like the possibly 6, 7, 8 screws in the bottom, pretty much you could just start peeling off the entire plastic, and then pretty much it all just comes out pretty easily. But in this case, they did route some of these cables through the plastic, so I will have to remove some of these connectors. To make sure we can properly remove the plastic without damaging anything. There seems to be just a couple of cables tucked in here underneath everything, so I will probably have to actually remove those. Let's see what's going on here. Okay, so that one's tucked through a little hole down over here, so we just got to remember that when putting it back together. We do have a couple more cables tucked in here. And what's nice too is trying to remember if there is a lot of cables and things like that, is that a lot of them, because it's so old, it's formed in the position that pretty much it needs to be in. So whenever you're putting everything back together, you could easily just look at the shapes of everything and say like, oh, okay, that should pretty much be there. Like that looks like it lines up, and then just look at the routes and see where everything goes back together. So with pretty much that done, there's a couple more cables tucked in here that we can't really get to just because they're like underneath the plastics, but I can try to wiggle a couple of them loose. Yeah, so that's about as much as I could do underneath here. So let's try to take everything else off. This keyboard screw I couldn't get out earlier. Let's see what I can do. Maybe a strong magnet will help pull it out. Nope, can't get that one down there. All right, perfect. So before we go pulling it apart, because the keyboard is easy to get out, let's work on getting this out and loosened. Let's see, yes, everything was definitely removed. Because again, this is the one that was broken. Sounds like a lot of creaking, so I wonder if something was spilt on this at one point in time. Maybe like soda, because then you get all the sugars that become all sticky and crystallized, and then it basically makes it almost impossible to move. Yeah, so definitely not moving the same. So with that, because we do have one taken apart already, let's just take a look. Yeah, so there are 1, 2, 3 screws down here. 4. but I don't think we need that specifically to take it apart, but we may. So let's just try again. See if we could loosen this up a bit. Maybe not. So let's try to take the case off slowly, and we'll see if there's anything hindering it that we can maybe kind of break free. Yeah, so the screws are definitely holding it on. So let's see as much as we can get this thing off. Okay. Getting close. It's definitely stuck. Okay, so the right side is definitely moving forward now. We have a nice gap down here. Can we get this part to go? We're getting very close. Oh, there we go. Hearing some sticky stuff loosening up. All right. Let's see what has happened. Oh yeah. There's definitely some very sticky substances underneath here. That's what's given us the problem. And that sticky substance looked to have made it over here in these corners in the very center here. So that's definitely why it was very hard to move up. But with just some patience and some force, we were able to get it removed. So this one is definitely trashed because all that sticky stuff is underneath the keyboards. And these keyboard replacements are very cheap. Usually under $10 you could get one. So that's not an important piece that we need to try to restore. So with that said, what I will do is take these screws out from the top. They are labeled, but what I want to do is just make sure I put these off to the side compared to where the other ones are located, more towards the top. So that way I can remember easily that these ones go on the top. All right, so those were those four. Just double checking, I don't see any other screws. I do see the cable here. So let's get this cable removed real quick, because that will be in the way of the plastic. Perfect. And I don't see anything else hindering it. So let's go back to removing the top. Perfect. And we can definitely get this cleaned up before we put this thing back together. All right. Now we are on the inside of the laptop. And we're gonna have to get to the bottom of this to replace the thermal paste. So there are definitely a lot more screws that we're gonna have to remove. So we definitely know from the bottom everything is clear. We don't have to work with this thing. This is the headphone jack. Happens to be a separate little daughter board over there. Just make sure that these are disconnected. And then this one over here, this is for charging, and there's a USB port over here. So let's get this one removed as well. Perfect. And we just have the display adapter over here. Let's see what we can do here. Typically these are kind of stuck down. So let's see what we can do to free it. Very sticky. All right. And this little display adapter seems to also kind of be stuck there, and then it usually just slides in. These are definitely a slightly older connection type, not used too much today as far as the slide-in technique. Most of them are a push-in connection, kind of like these, where there's just little connectors on the bottom, and then it just kind of slots into place, and it makes a lot secure connection. And definitely you don't need as much glue to keep those in place. So let's continue here. There are a couple of screws holding in the motherboard. So how to know which holes there are for other components and which ones are for the motherboard. Typically, just kind of like the computer case, we saw that some of the holes are labeled. That is the case for the motherboard as well. There are some little triangles that state the size of the screw as well. So if you want to just verify, you can see one that's here, here, here. And then I would say that these two definitely up here are part of that. Maybe not. Nope, those two are not a part of it. That's just a connector. That's just kind of like these two over here. There's a connector here, and that's helping secure that connector to the motherboard. And then there seems to be one here. So it looks like it's just the white triangled screws that need to be removed. So let's get that going. And again, these screws I will keep separate, even if they happen to be the same size as some of the others. The main screws, obviously there's going to be a lot more of those, so those are a little bit more easy to work with. But the smaller ones that are more dedicated to a specific part, it makes sense to kind of separate those out. Okay, so now most of this should be separated, but we might have an issue with the fan, which it looks like we do. There are two screws holding the fan down. So let's get those two out. And it actually looks like one of the screws that were holding the fan in, the plastic casing of the fan broke. So in that case, we will not be replacing that screw, but this one over here looks perfectly fine. Okay, so now this whole thing should come up. Typically with these older laptops, they have the USB ports and everything on the side here. Typically you want to lift this side up and then pull it to the right hand side, because some of these connectors need to be unseated. All right, perfect. And all of our pre-cable management work on the bottom made that so much easier to remove. And what we've been working at towards this whole time is to get to this one little spot right here and to the fan itself. So let's continue working there. What we're going to be doing is replacing the thermal paste. The thermal paste helps keep the machine cool. So it takes the CPU, which is the brain of the computer, which generates a lot of heat because it does a lot of thinking and a lot of processing, hence the name processor. It processes all of your requests and processes even what's being displayed on the screen. So it does all of that in a very small footprint, and because it's such a small footprint, it generates a lot of heat. So that heat needs to be dissipated very quickly, and they do that with a fan and a heat sink and a spreader and yeah, a lot of thermal paste. So as we see here, there's a lot of thermal paste, and it basically just needs to be cleaned up, and we need to replace it with some fresh thermal paste because this looks very old and crusty. So let's get that going. When working with these kind of CPUs, it's easier to work with plastic around them, definitely not metal. And I have some cleaning cloths over here. So let's just start beginning to remove some of the old thermal paste. Not scraping too hard, just enough to remove the paste. And we'll do the same for the cooler. Perfect. And what then we want to do is get isopropyl alcohol, because that helps loosen up a lot of sticky stuff, and that's very useful with thermal paste because once it gets dried on, it's very rock solid and it's very hard to remove, but it's also a very nice way to clean up your connection between the metals to make sure that nothing's in between there, and it's only going to be thermal paste. All right, and then when working on the CPU, we could clean it up that same way with the cloth, but again, working a little bit lighter, light touches, because we want to make sure we don't mess up anything with the CPU. Because unlike desktop computers, the CPUs on motherboards nowadays, they are pretty much soldered directly to the motherboard. So if I were to ever mess up the CPU on the motherboard, you're going to have to replace the entire motherboard, which is very inefficient when trying to restore and repair older computers. Perfect. Very shiny. Okay, so now we have that. It's ready for application, but we want to make sure we get this fan cleared out. In this case, they do offer sometimes to remove screws on the top and basically get access to the fan itself. In this case, they do not. They use plastic and kind of melted down the plastic tabs to make it a little bit harder to get at. So in this case, what we can do is get a toothbrush and just a soft bristle, not hard, and pretty much just kind of work our way in here to help loosen up some of the dust. We will hit this with a can of air spray, not hairspray, air spray. We don't want to make it sticky. So we have removed most of the dust as much as we can from that side. We could go to the bottom, kind of work our way in there to get some of the dust out. The can of air will get majority of the dust, but we want to see what we can get out. First off, I'm just looking down the fins here towards the inside. There's no buildup of dust. Typically there is air would be sucked in here and blown out this way. So sometimes you would have a buildup of hair and dust on the inside here, which is where you can actually remove a little fabric here. It's a fabric tape, and essentially you could lift that up there, and from the bottom you can pretty much just use tweezers or anything like that and pull out that hair and unclog it essentially, because you definitely want this to be as free flowing as possible to push as much air through it as possible to cool it as the most efficient way possible. So what we can do to start is from the outside while holding the fan, we can kind of blow in. Got plenty of dust flying through that we freed up. You come onto the bottom here, blow a little bit through there, and then mount back on top. And we've done a good job. And let's just hit it with a toothbrush one more time. And perfect. That is very clean. Now it's just about reassembling it. So let's do that. I'll get some fresh thermal paste. Get the motherboard back over here. Again, let's see where it's going to be going at. So which is going to be right here. So we could just reverse that for now, just to make it easier for us. For the thermal paste, we can just add just a little bit. You don't need a lot. It will only need to go onto the shiny bits here. Did look like a little flake of dust got on there, but that's fine. You don't want anything too massive on there that's particulates. A little bit there and a little bit on the separate one on the right hand side of here. And it is okay if you make a little bit of a mess. With a lot of the common thermal paste nowadays, there's no metallic or flakes of metal or anything in there. Pretty much if it gets on any component, it really wouldn't make a difference. It's just a matter of just trying to at least get it to where you need it to. So with that, it's kind of spread out a little bit. When putting this back down, we want to kind of line it up. And typically with laptops, you do have the screws in here, and they do have numbers that are associated with each screw. So essentially when putting it back together, just follow that pattern of those numbers. So with this number 1 here, we can just start screwing in. In this case, we'll just screw down all the way. And same thing for number 2, come across, screw down all the way. And now number 3. And finally, number 4. And that's about it. That's all you needed for that. And now let's put it back together. We have the fan power that we need to connect there first. And then it pretty much just goes right back into it. So we just do everything in reverse. So again, starting at a 45-degree angle or so, slotting it into the sides here and putting it back down, making sure if there's any cables that we had to connect on the top side are free and available, so we don't screw it down and make it inaccessible. That seems to be just about it. So let's get the screws back in. I think see, 1, 2, 3, 4. That should be it. There's 4 there. Why was that one harder to get at? Because that should be it. Okay. Yes, that was. These are the 4. Perfect. All right, let's get these connections back on here. Sometimes they have just a little angle to them, and then it makes it a little bit harder to get in, but we can always get it in at the end. Okay, so now because the sticky tape is on the top here, it does make it a little bit more convenient to pull back in and put down. But I just did notice something here. It does look like there might be something more wrong with this laptop now. So there's actually a little transistor that got stuck to the bottom of this tape here. So that could have been pre-existing damage, because this sticky stuff is not that sticky, and it could have been very easily damaged with essentially, let's see, from just normal wear and tear, kids using it, because again, this was used at a school, so they do sometimes get dropped, but that little component is there. So I'll remove it from the sticky tape. We can see if it still works. It should. That little transistor is for the display in this case. So the display may or may not work now, or there may be something that is just kind of off with it. We can double check. Well, obviously we're gonna check it, but that may be an issue now. That is a very small component that we may not be able to fix going forward. But I will, regardless, put this laptop back together as is, and we'll see if it still functions, because you never know. All right, so this one is good. And we did have the keyboard that we have to clean. So isopropyl alcohol, like I mentioned, will get rid of all this stickiness. And all we need to do is just take our time. Because the cleaner we get it now, the cleaner it will be easier The cleaner it will be to make it easier to repair and service in the future. Because the whole point of this as well is we want to be able to give the students these laptops and watch back on this content to learn how to actually repair their machines if it ever breaks. So they get a hands-on, in-depth review of their machine before they get it, essentially, and they can feel more confident in actually repairing their machines and actually understand computers a lot more. All right, that tremendously looks better. Okay. Let's get this back open. Toss the top cover back in. Right, we've got a connector right here. That in, and we got a couple of screws to put back into the top. Perfect. We will take the known working laptop keyboard and just like when taking it off, we'll flip it all the way over. Make sure the connections are secure. Insert it through the top. Place it down and slide it down. Perfect. We are done on the top. And before we forget too much, let's go ahead and make sure that that keyboard is secured. Perfect. We got those 3 screws in. And let's go around the perimeter of this. Let's get those smaller screws in place. At the end of the day, if we can't get this laptop to work because maybe that transistor was bad, again, there's no loss because we have 14 other laptops, which there's bound to be something wrong with them. So even if this doesn't work, like the other one where I took out the keyboard, in that case, I'll just repair that one, take out the keyboard from here, and we'll do the same process. And essentially, this would become the scrap board then. All the components in here, the RAM that was in here, we'll reuse it. Any of the screws, if any of the other ones are missing, if the fan here is good and some of the other fans are bad, we'll use this as the scrap board. So again, there is no loss in the entire machine just not being usable from that one transistor. The whole point of what we're doing is showing and proving that all of these computers can have a second life, whether it be life itself or being able to be Frankenstein together essentially, and being able to be used for other computers that are just like it. Okay, so this one routes all the way to the top. All right, finally got those little Wi-Fi antenna connections on there. Okay, so instead of putting all the screws in right now specifically, let's go ahead and put the RAM back in. Let's put the hard drive back in temporarily. And just to make sure, let's see if we can actually power this thing on. We shouldn't need, oh, actually, before we do that, we did have a couple of more things to attach still. This shouldn't hinder us from turning it back on, but at least we can make sure that they are in there. Perfect. Okay, let's see if we can actually power this thing on and the screen works. And in this case, no. Oh, okay, there we go. And that's just talking about check the time and date. The CMOS battery pretty much ran out of juice, and that's perfectly fine. But as we see, the screen is actually working. So in that case, well, that's why the CMOS, the battery ran out of juice, because I didn't connect the battery yet. Perfect. So now that's plugged in, and watch this. With just that little adjustment, making that one connection back, now I'm able to turn it back on, and it should not beep like that, and we should see it potentially start to boot up. And it's saying it, we can hit escape to continue, and basically it's saying we need to boot into the recovery mode, which in this case we're not, because again, we're not going to reuse this hard drive. So that's a good sign there for us that everything is functional. Usually there's little transistors and things near the connection of the display. Those are there for filtering out the power signals. Basically kind of gives it a cleaner signal. So if you ever listen to like a radio and you've had a lot of static before, essentially that just helps smooth out your power and to the display, so that way it doesn't interfere with the graphics, and basically just providing a clean signal. So essentially that's what that little thing did, but there were two of them there, so it kind of does have like a redundancy backup. In this case, but that's not the case for every single laptop. So what we're going to be doing with the hard drive is upgrading it to solid state drive, which in this case, I'm going with the Crucial MX500. I'm specifically going with the MX500 because it has a thing in it called a DRAM cache, and essentially what it's doing is taking the storage in here, and it basically has like equivalent to what the RAM is in here, where it kind of stores data in there that it can be accessed very quickly. So essentially think about the storage drive as a grid, and like here's like A through Z and then 1 through 10. And essentially you have a coordinate grid of all your storage. What the DRAM cache will do is store the grid on the DRAM and tell it, hey, every bit and every data, every photograph, pretty much it tells it exactly where it is on the drive on the grid. So it keeps that grid information so that way it can be accessed even faster the next time you need to pull it up, even if you haven't used it in a while. So essentially, that's why it's really nice with older laptops that don't have a lot of DRAM or possibly have older older RAM in general. And essentially, if you're working with old laptops and possibly even just as your main drive in your machine, you want to spend a little bit more on your solid state drive to get that DRAM cache. In this case, this is only a 250 gig hard drive, solid state drive, and essentially this cost, I got it on sale, all 5 of them on sale, I believe for $27 each or so. So that's still a very cost-effective way to upgrade to see a huge performance increase as well. Typically, you could find other ones. This one's from Crucial again. You could find some from Western Digital, Samsung, but those ones will come with a little bit higher price. But I do like Crucial because they do have an American-based assembly line here and production here as well. So I like to support Crucial the best I can. All right, so what we do see here too is if you do have a older hard drive, bay area, if there's too much space in it, it's rattling around, you could just kind of glue on this plastic spacer, and essentially that will help it keep it from rattling around in there. But in this case, we should be perfectly fine with that. So we can see which way this needs to go, and we see where the connectors are at. And in this case, the SSD needs to be installed upside down. And we can just put it in, line it up with the holes. So in this case, we do not need the plastic bit there, and we can use the screws that we just took out. Perfect. So let's go ahead and slide this in. We will secure this down again. And because of everything else working still, we will put in all of the remaining screws. Which all happen to, of course, be all the same. So what I like to do for these is kind of work from the inside out, rather than last time where it was the perimeter in, just doing it in reverse. So essentially, you're just finding out where they need to go and put them there. One thing to take note of is, again, some of these plates that we've had, they've had screws go into them certain ways. Let's see, how did this one work? I believe this plate goes on that way, then this one went that way. So when putting all the normal screws in here, just take note of that metal cap here does not need one because that is for that screw. We have 2 screws down here and this one. So that means this gold one, that gold one, and that gold one do not need one. So in that case, just look everywhere else besides the gold and screw in all the holes that are exposed. So let's work on these. Okay, that seems like the majority of the inside ones are good. So now we'll start on the perimeter. And then that way we know if we have any leftover screws, they gotta be somewhere on the inside. Okay, perimeter is done, and we have 2 screws left. Let's find out where they go. Let's look a little bit closer. There's a hole there, but no threading. No threading. Okay, so I am not seeing where they need to go as of right now. So to move along the stream, I'll just omit these screws for now. Unless, are they under the drive? No. Okay. That just means after the stream, after I take apart the next laptop, we're going to try to find out where, in that case, 3 of the screws went. There is one more over here, but again, that was the one from the fan that we said this little plastic bit broke off, so we could definitely not reuse that. But those other 3, Jess, our fantastic stream manager right now, yeah, she mentioned that, are they from the other laptop? And yes, I actually think they are. Because yes, it was 3 to hold in the keyboard, and here we are, 1, 2, 3, and all 3 of those were missing. So look at that, we solved it. I know I did it right, leave me alone. But yes, so this laptop, all the screws did find their home, again, except for that one, like I mentioned earlier, about the fan plastic housing itself breaking, that we can physically not replace. Okay, let's do some initial cleanup. Let's hit this thing with some isopropyl alcohol to make sure all the sticky stuff is gone and any germs and who knows what on it from all the students, because let's face it, kids are awesome, but they're messy, very messy. So let's get this thing clean. So again, isopropyl alcohol, it is very aggressive towards a lot of sticky stuff, even stickers. Well, which in that case, that sticker just came off. But it can be damaging to some plastics and some other paints and things like that. So be very careful in using it on anything and everything. But using a general wipe like this, where I'm applying it to the towel first and then applying it to the materials I'm working with, that's always going to be the safest bet. If you're always unsure of what it can actually clean, always try it on a small little section of whatever you're working on, just to see if it has any damaging effects in that one little spot that's hard to see. And then if everything looks good, then you can start applying it and using it everywhere else. So when cleaning the laptop screen, when we get to that, what we want to do is we can actually use some isopropyl alcohol at first. Again, just like the other side, apply it to the towel first. Do not apply it directly to the screen. Not that it will damage any of the electrical parts. It does dry very quickly. That's why it's very nice to use on electronics. But you definitely still don't want to turn it on with the alcohol in there. And again, as you saw, there is some tape and glue in between there. So if some of that residue does become loose and gets into one of the connections, then it can kind of mess up what you've worked on to fix. So I always recommend using some isopropyl alcohol first. Be very gentle with it. All you just need to do is some basic wiping. Again, we're just trying to essentially disinfect it. You can be a little bit more aggressive on the edges to get any sticky stuff on there off. Again, any of the plastics you can be perfectly fine on. And then definitely you could work on these little edges here around the perimeter. Once we are done with that, it's going to leave a whole bunch of streaks because this isn't Windex, so it's not going to do that. And that's the only thing I don't have right now is some glass cleaner, which is what we need. So what I'll do is continue to clean the keyboard as I get some glass cleaner. So same concept. Again, I'm not pouring isopropyl alcohol onto the keyboard. I'm putting it on the towel first and then applying it. And it doesn't hurt either to get some air, canned air, and spraying it into the keys. Help get any crumbs and just oddities out of it. And I like to touch it up too. If there's any like weird little bits stuck somewhere, I'll definitely take the time to get that all cleared out. I definitely do not like the stickers, so I always remove those. In this case, St. Peter's used some actually high quality stickers, so they come off very easily. And isopropyl alcohol will get any remaining residue up. And it does look like there's some kind of crud stuck in the speaker grill up front here. What you can also do is take your toothbrush, apply some isopropyl to that, and then use the bristles to kind of get into the holes up here and around the perimeter of it. To kind of help clean out any of the dirt trapped in there. And any of the hard stuff crud that's on, we can use some of these picks and kind of just mess with it, see what it is. Maybe just by touching it, it can kind of break it down a little bit, make it easier for the isopropyl to break it down. Yeah, it just looks like some old craft glue or some basic stuff. Some extra glue up here. All right, that's looking pretty dandy. And then lastly, because of all the streaks, that's where we could hit everything with some glass cleaner. And you guessed it, we're gonna apply it to the towel first, and then to the electronic. Hit it with the side that's wet, and while it's still wet, turn it over to the dry side of the towel and help dry it faster, and that will make sure that you get a lot less streaks. And of course the edges are always going to be the hardest to try to touch up, so just take your time. You don't need to push too hard. And that is a clean computer monitor. And just to make sure that the isopropyl isn't going to mess with our typing, because it sometimes can leave a very slight residue finish to the surface of everything, we can just hit everything real quick. And thermal paste gets everywhere. But that's why I always tend to leave the external cleaning to be the last bit, because the surface does get messy from time to time. All right, last thing to work with here is going to be the battery. I'll go back to my isopropyl alcohol and touch this up. Perfect, everything is locked back into place. And now, let's install Windows, because you can't use the machine with a brand new hard drive, solid state drive that has nothing on it. So let's get the process started. I have Windows 10 installed on this drive. Let's see which is the most convenient. We can just plug this in over here. And what we can do is plug the power in, because it will definitely need it. And let's get this thing started up. So it's wanting us to check the date and time settings. So let's do that. We can enter setup pressing F1. All right, we're in the BIOS. We can check some basic settings here. But over here we have our date and time. So what is today's date? We are looking at, oh, let's get over here. Oh, we gotta click. Oh, tells us over here. Over here, change values, plus and minus. Okay, so we are at 6. $11, and it is $23, and the time is 4:33 at this time, so let's go to that. Nope. And then that's pretty 4:33. And that's good, the seconds are fine. Once we boot into Windows and get it synced up, it should send some of that data over here as well. So let's go ahead and hit F10 to save and exit. So now because we have the Windows boot drive on the side here, it should be that was created with a Windows Media Creation tool for Windows 10 specifically. And pretty much you can select to install the Windows 10 onto the drive to boot from. And when you do, you should be able to just plug it in, and with a blank solid state drive installed, you should be able to get it booted up to it and install Windows 10 into it. Because this laptop already had Windows 10 installed, you do not need to purchase a new key. It will automatically take that key that's linked to this system internally to the mother drive, to the motherboard and everything. Essentially, what's going on here? We're into this. We don't need to do this. We need to. Essentially, it will take that key that's attached to the motherboard, and pretty much once you install Windows 10 again fresh, it will just use that key and activate the system again. Essentially, you don't really need to buy the key for a computer if it's already been activated. If there ever is a case where you need to do that, you can pretty much get an OEM key for about $35. You can just buy that, go through the process to activate Windows, and you're pretty much good to go. So a lot of the times when you see the prices for hundreds of dollars to activate Windows and all that, you can get around that a little bit. But definitely for these older machines, you don't want to be spending hundreds of dollars just to activate it. Okay, so now it looks like we actually got into the boot up window properly. Oh, well, I guess it's because I clicked repair your computer. We're not repairing, we're setting it up. So we're installing Windows now. And basically we could just accept some terms. We want to do custom install. And as we see, it shows our 250 gig hard drive, solid state drive, but in this case, it's showing 232, which is the available, which is perfectly fine. So with that line selected, we could hit next. And pretty much just gonna get to work, and it's gonna be copying all those files over to the main solid state drive from the jump drive. And once this basically restarts, we can take out the USB drive, and the rest of the setup will be continued on the laptop itself. So we can let that process off to the side. Just rearranging, and we got some room over here, and time for a water break. But one thing I do need, if that's running, it'd be very beneficial if I had 2 chargers for the laptops, just because I could make sure I could troubleshoot as I'm continuing to build on the others. So we got our old hard disk drive there. Again, that will be destroyed. So for now, we can just set that off to the side. And in that case, the little sticky note saying keyboard not working, that's not the case anymore. Okay. So let's see, we got a preth load. We got a large amount of laptop cables here. Let's see what we can do. Yeah, it should be fine. If we had a smaller one like that. Yeah, smaller one, but with the yellow connector. If not, then it's just these big ones. Perfect. So now we have an extra cable to start working on everything. This one didn't really have a sticky note. The sticky note just had a name on it, and it doesn't really help us out, but everything else looks to be fine here. Keyboard feels all right. Let's see if we can get this thing plugged in and started up. Field air, yeah, we got power. Everything's turning on. Starting into Windows 10. Perfect. The other one finished installation of Windows 10. Now it's just restarting. So let's see. Can we get this one to boot up? Definitely a lot slower. Once we get Windows 10 booted up on here, we'll be able to do a comparison on the startup times on this thing. All right, so booted up here. Let's test the password. The keyboard typing a little bit. Okay, there's some lag, which is fine. Numlock works. All right, everything seems to be functioning here. Let's get this thing turned off, and we'll start the process of doing the same thing. So in this case, nothing is really broken, don't need to replace it. It's just a matter of taking it apart and cleaning it up. So it should go a little bit faster. So let's get started. So what I'll do is, so I'm not confused, I will take these extra screws that we got from the scrap computer and the other part that was broken. Put those off to the side, and let's get this thing going. This one should definitely be a lot faster because that was my first time taking apart a laptop like that fully. Well, this specific model. So all the screws and everything, the positioning are all unique on every laptop. In this case, it's no different. We still got 8 gigs of RAM. And let's take a look over here real quick. We're back over here with Windows 10. Some a little bit of setup, just to walk you through all this. We're in the United States. US keyboard, yep. For the audio, let's make sure we're muted, just to make sure that we are not gonna blow our eardrums out. Wi-Fi, we don't need to connect to right now. We could skip this. We can continue with the limited setup. If you connect with Wi-Fi, basically you have to log in with your Microsoft account. Creating a Microsoft account is free, but it doesn't really make sense to create one when we're giving away a laptop. So essentially we create a user profile just called Computer Repair Lab. And basically we just set it up very basically. There's no password because again, nothing is stored on here. It's basically just a user creation thing, just so that way we can make sure we can get in, update it, and make sure that it's fully updated. So that way when you get it, you're using it. You're not waiting days and months for it to update. This is a whole bunch of tracking information, advertising. I always disable this. I always recommend that everybody disables it. There's no need to do it. Cortana, you don't need to set that up right now. So definitely if you're setting up a computer for Windows 10 fresh, those are the recommended settings that I suggest that you strongly follow. Very easy to navigate, but we could get that going and loading a little bit more as we start taking apart this one. right, let's get some of these smaller components out first. And what do you know? Before I could even take that thing really apart, look at that. So in only just a couple of minutes, we already got Windows 10 fully installed. Asking to use all these things. We're gonna go through all this a little bit later. Not today, not on the live stream. I won't show you how to update everything just now. That is relatively simple. With Lenovo, they do create a software, I think it's called Lenovo Vantage, and essentially you can install that. It can basically check for all the updates, BIOS updates and all that kind of stuff. And then essentially we kind of check to see if it can support Windows 11. If it does, we will update it to Windows 11. If not, we will still leave Windows 10 on here and we'll make sure that it's fully updated and secure. And then at that case, we'll just give it to the student with Windows 10. Our goal, of course, would be to get it to Windows 11, but Windows 11 does have hardware locks essentially. Meaning that the hardware has to be up to a certain level for it to accept Windows 11. So sometimes we might be able to do it, other times most likely not. Either which way, Windows 10 is still usable and it will still receive security updates till 2025. So pretty much for 2 more years, you're gonna get security updates. Who knows, they may support security updates a little bit longer. We don't know, this is the first time Windows is kind of doing a hard dead kill of their OS, relatively short compared to their last OS release, aka Windows 11. So we'll see how that kind of goes. Hopefully it does last a little bit longer. If not, this is again still 2 more years that this thing can be reused. Worst case scenario, Linux operating systems can be installed on this. That's not what we prefer. We like at least to get Windows on these machines. That way they could be used for students' needs, because in our area, Chromebooks aren't really that usable. Chromebooks are also very bad for their operating system end of life cycle. So Windows is definitely the option to go, and worst case, Linux for some older machines. But for right now, our main goal is Windows for all the students. So this one seems to be working just fine, and we will go ahead and just get this thing powered out. Perfect. So let's continue with this one. And by the way, just so you know, that's one laptop ready to go. That is ready to go and get into the hands of a student. So that literally, in that case, yes, we did mess with the keyboard, but as you see, like this one, the keyboard replacement is not needed. Pretty much we're just upgrading it and cleaning it. So the first installation, that was basically an hour. I mean, I did a lot of rambling beginning of the stream. So it's been about an hour and a half or so in total, I would say, with me explaining all the different components and everything, and fully installing Windows 10 on it. So hour and a half, full installation. If you're at home doing this yourself, again, if you did 2 hours or 3 hours booked for the weekend or something, you could definitely upgrade and clean out your system fully. You don't have to go as detailed as this. Oftentimes you could just replace a hard disk drive with a solid state drive, and that's just a couple-minute job. But to go fully detailed like this, which we do plan on doing with every computer, the time it takes to do that will progressively get a lot faster, because if we get a lot of computers of the same type, pretty much we just have a systematic method of taking them apart, and we can easily remember where all the screws go and everything. So, and again, we wouldn't always be live streaming every single repair, so that will definitely increase it as well. But as we see even through this stream, this laptop will be much quicker to repair, well, to upgrade, to refurbish and clean up. All right, so now we're at the step where we get all the screws out. And possibly one thing you're wondering too is, what about the software? Like, what is the student going to use once they receive a computer like this that just has a basic Windows installation installed? Well, you have access to the internet and a keyboard and a mouse that will be very easy to use. And essentially, with the internet, just about everything's available on there for free. You have one that I very much prefer. You have Google software, so you can have Google Word and some other Google things, like with your email account. You can use all of those for free. You could just go sign up. Same thing with Microsoft. You're already creating a Microsoft account for free. With that, you can use the web-based versions of those softwares. So Microsoft Word, PowerPoint, Excel, they all have web-based versions. And if you have just a plain base free account, you do have access to those for free. But again, only for the web-based version. You can save it and download it locally and store it on your machine and get a USB drive, transfer between other people. But the only way to edit it on the machine would be with the browser-based version. So you would have to have internet to do that. Oftentimes as well, I believe Volusia County schools, or at least some of the schools in my area, they're using Microsoft Office as their back end. So a lot of the students, once they get access to their accounts, they will be able to download that software directly to the computer. So then you don't have to fully rely on the internet all the time. So then that way you can work wherever you want without internet, with internet, and that data and content that you create will always be there available. And it will be on a reliable solid state drive. And one reason too why a solid state drive is so much better than a hard disk drive is because inside there's a lot of moving components and it takes time to physically spin, where solid state drives, they don't have any moving components. So imagine taking this that is spinning actively as you're working on it, drops off your bed. Now you probably just damaged it. So you're gonna more likely damage things on here than with a solid state drive. So that's also why I want to get solid state drives in all these laptops and computers, because if anything were to ever fall, which with kids it's inherent, you're gonna save a lot of data and a lot of headache with actually having a solid state drive versus a hard disk drive. And oftentimes, back onto the software topic, if you do have certain programs at school, web editing, video editing, photography editing, sometimes the older machines may not be able to run it fully, but same thing, they do have web-based versions of the software as well. But even with the software, if you do get it and the machine can by chance run it, those products, because the school has it and they have the licensing, you can typically get those softwares for free through your school as well. So if you're in those programs and that's what you're trying to do, just contact your school or see what those programs are, talk to your teacher and see if that data if those license keys can be used per person and be given to the students to utilize as well. Okay, that should just about be all of them. So let's begin the process. Removing the top case. Perfect. All right, let's see if this has a filter issue as well. Is it stuck to it? It's stuck to it really good. Don't know why that's so tight, but it is definitely there. Okay, but then same thing, we also need to make sure we have room to pull this cable up. Let's see. So it seems to be sticky here, but not between this section. So with this top loose, let's see if we can just pull it back a little bit. Perfect. And that way we don't have to remove the entire thing. Just kidding. We will have to remove the entire thing because we need to remove the fan anyhow. And in this case, it does make it a little bit easier to remove it that way. All right, and then we just have the 2 screws for the fan. Sometimes the screws are stubborn to get out, so we use the magnet. Or not. They may have a washer on the bottom of them to help keep them in. The other one, again, had that damage on that little filter transistor thing there, so that may have been an issue to as why that piece was broken here as well. It may have been dropped, and because of that, some of those washers and things were probably broken as well in the process. Every computer has a story. No, I don't think I need to remove those. No, just don't have white. Every computer has a story essentially on how it got here on my desk. But what I'm more concerned about is what's the story when it leaves my desk. The story I want to hear is the laptop works. That's all I want to hear. I want to know that the computer that I'm working on has worked to the needs of a student where they've not had any difficulties in learning and utilizing the device to their needs. Because that's the worst case scenario of a student is going into school or trying to start your homework, the machine's slow, it's not responsive, it doesn't load something, it's crashing, it's overheating, it's doing all this other stuff that's not homework or work or even just fun at the end of the day. So no matter what the case is of what the laptop is doing, it just needs to work. And that's what I want to hear. What they do with it, I also want to hear that too, but I just want to know that what I'm doing is going to make it a long time, and that they have the ability to do anything and everything they can without any limitations. Right, definitely very crusty thermal paste that time. Perfect. And let's get some of this dust out. Definitely not as much dust as the last one, but it's always good to do the same process because even the smallest amount of speck of dust that's trapped on any of the fins or anything will just attract more dust inherently. So we can just go ahead and make sure everything is clean. Perfect. Let's get some more thermal paste on it. Perfect. Don't forget to plug in the fan. Always plug in the fan. Yeah, I would typically blow out laptops like this, but these ones, because they were used in a school setting, they didn't really travel outside that much. And again, there weren't not necessarily that much dust in that school setting either. So in this case, a lot of the dust that would typically be in here is not. So this is actually a pretty decent system to clean, and laptops that are pretty decent to work with. If there were a lot of dust and things, I would of course use the canned air. I would even use the toothbrush every now and again to get some dust out here and there, clean up some things. But yeah, I mean, for the most part, it's a very clean system. Before the machines actually go out though to the students, like I know how I said that the first laptop is pretty much good to go. I will run a benchmark software. It's a free system, but essentially you could just do a very basic benchmark to make sure like the RAM is being utilized, it's not going to crash. The CPU is running up to speed, which it should because it has a new thermal paste. And it's being cooled and cleaned efficiently. That the keyboard monitor works, the graphics, the drivers, all of those are pretty much up to date. So there are some things that we could run to basically test it before it actually gets into the hands of everybody. So that way, like I mentioned earlier, that it just works, that I want to make sure that it will work once it's actually done. So nothing unsurprising happens once it gets into the student's hands. And with that said too, that seems to be the recurring theme that I keep on making mention of a lot. Free. Just about everything that you can do with a computer is free. The software is free, some of the hardware, well, the hardware that we're going to be giving is free, but a lot of the hardware that can go into it is relatively cheap, very easy to replace, very easy to upgrade. So that's why we want to do this, because it's a very self-sufficient way, and it's not even just self-sufficient, it's a very efficient way to reuse the technology that we've already had that is supposedly dated, and we basically can utilize all this stuff and very cheaply and very affordably repair, upgrade, and just basically take care of these electronics well beyond their usefulness for some schools and some other people, use case scenarios, and even beyond even the hardware breaking. And again, it's just, there's so many things that we can do to make sure that everything is usable, and that a lot of the tools are free. just noticed that. So on this setup, I didn't notice on the first one, but I'm noticing it here. There's a connector right here. That connector is actually not utilized. It's probably meant for possibly like flashing the BIOS or something like that, to put that on here. So that way it's more like a non-user serviceable port. So that way the Lenovo themselves can essentially modify this firmware and things like that. And then there's also a little connector over here that has some traces going somewhere, not too sure where. But that could possibly be power, because I know the power rail is over here, the daughter board is here, and it connects right here. So maybe instead of using like the full connector that they would use here to power the board, maybe they put on a little connector, plug it in there, maybe connect something here to test it momentarily, and kind of give the system a quick test and or load up any of the software and firmware and things like that that they need for the motherboard to function properly. So that's probably some of the ports that you see there that are actually not being utilized. This seems to be a little bit more efficient to clean it outside of the case. Oh, and the little nubbin came off. It's perfectly fine, because that's just a little rubber piece that clicks into place. All right, so slide it all the way up, kind of push it down, slide it back down, and it's in. Sweet. And that's basically it. We get back into pushing everything back together, making sure it fits right, and adding all the screws back in. That quick already. What, it's only been, what, 20, almost 30 minutes? Not bad at all. A lot faster than the first one, I'll tell you that. So let's get these small screws back in here. All right, let's see, what can we do? Let's get this CD drive back in. Okay, so now we got some of these cables to route back in. Let's get this one in. Oh, sorry, makes more sense to get this gray antenna routed first. At least up to there. We can at least get this routed here. right, let's see. Definitely makes more sense to put this one in first. Okay, got those connected. This one down here where it's got white and blue and red and black, these ones are actually the speaker wires. So we can get those plugged back in to make sure everything can be heard. Like last time, almost forgot the CMOS battery. The CMOS battery essentially just keeps the settings in the BIOS. So like you saw me that one time I went in there and I, with the other one, I set up the time. So essentially, if you unplug the battery, it will reset all the time. It can forget the settings that you set for RAM if you're setting a overclock on the RAM. If you set other certain settings, it would just pretty much reset it to factory defaults if you unplugged it long enough from the motherboard. And essentially, once you replace that battery, you could just go back in, reset those settings, and then you're pretty much good to go. And I have seen that on some older laptops too, where if you do see that issue repeatedly, and essentially it's just saying like, hey, I can't remember anything and I'm trying to boot up and it keeps on giving an error and it's beeping and all that stuff. Sometimes it very well could be a dead battery. Sometimes you might have to replace it like this where it does have a plug. Other times there is like a section like right here where it would essentially just have a battery socket, and you just take like a watch battery replacement and you'd put that in there. But yeah, but essentially that's what would be happening there if you had an issue like that. Because then it wouldn't be hard drive related. Because you would think, oh, I'm trying to boot up, you see the screen, it's doing something. You would think that it's the hard drive or something. But nope, sometimes it's literally a battery. Okay, that one got connected a little bit faster. Okay, let's put back the RAM. And a brand new solid state drive. Perfect. Okay, so now we are back to putting every single screw back in of these long ones. Let's get to work. So again, I'll take the similar approach of getting all the screws that are typically inside the panels. I'll get those in here first. All right. Perfect, and we got all the screws reutilized. Everything went back in there as it should have. All right, let's do our cleaning. Whole bunch of dust on this one. Perfect. Another laptop fully cleaned up. Let's go ahead and toss power into this one, as well as get our Windows 10 USB stick. Go ahead and lock that in. And let's get this one booted up. Looks like it already kicked on when I did that. Let's kick it on again. Perfect. Feel the air blowing. Let's see, check the date. We'll do the same thing. F1. Date and time. Let's see. So it is still 6/11. And it is now 5:34. And that's good enough. And we'll go to save 10, F10 to save and exit. And let's see if this thing can boot up first try into the Windows 10 boot drive. Perfect. All right, we'll put this off to the side. And now we'll get started on the next one. So that's laptop number 2. So let's check out laptop number 3. We're gonna keep this going. I got 5 solid state drives. Again, we bought them because they were donated. The money was donated to us to repair these laptops, which these laptops were donated. Everything is free in front of me right now. I'm just using my time on a Sunday. What could I be doing? Watching a movie? Oh, well, I'm gonna watch the newest Marvel movie? Oh, wow. No, I want to fix laptops because it's super fun, and because everything was given to me for free, that's why we're giving it for free back out to students who can actually use it. So that way, if they're there on a Sunday and they don't have a computer, they don't have certain things, well, guess what? They can play video games. They could open up the calculator and do 2 + 2. You can have so much fun with computers. And yeah, it's just, I don't know. If you don't have a computer, you need one, and that's why I'm repairing them. So that way everybody can actually have them. So the second laptop, it's got some more stickers on it. So let's just get these off first. Again, the school, their tech department, they know about stickers. They ordered the right stickers for the labels. Whatever they put on there, it looked like packing tape, but it definitely was not packing tape. That was definitely very easy to get off. So first thing first, nothing looks too out of whack here. Let's get power. And let's turn this on and see if this does anything. I feel air coming through. We got a screen. Oh, uh-oh. I got a CD in here. What is in here? I'm not gonna show you guys. Let's see. Oh, don't bother. It's just brother. Just a little brother utility drive CD. Basically nothing. So we can scrap that. Perfect. I'm at the login screen real quick. Let's check. Seems to be responsive. The keys seem to be typing. It does appear to have Windows 10. None of the keys seem to be broken, so that's perfect. So it seems like we have a actually fully functional laptop again. So let's go ahead and get this shut down. Which again, most of these laptops are fully functional from the school. It just was past their use case, and I don't know, they just didn't have use for them anymore. So that's why they donated them to us. So we're going to utilize all of the computers that we could get that are like that, broken or not. So if you have access to a school or a business or anybody that has these old computers like this that you just can't use them anymore, but they may be fully functional, like, let us know. computerrepairlab.org. We have a computer donation form. You can just fill out what you got and be in contact with us directly, and just let us know what you got going on, and maybe we could set something up, maybe reoccurring, maybe every 3 years, every 4 years, however often your business upgrades their computers, and maybe we could set something up to be out there to help destroy your hard drives, so that way there's no data leakage or anything. It's as secure as possible, and we could actually use those computers and put them in kids' hands that don't have computers, because that's what's the main goal of this at the end of the day, is definitely getting those kids access to these machines, because at the end of the day as well, it's also about learning about ownership. Because a lot of the computers that they get from the schools, again, it's the schools, it's not the kids. So the kid is developing the skills of having to take care of their own equipment and products at an early age, where a lot of people don't have access to that from one reason to another. So not only is it just a gift of technology and access to the internet, ease of learning, it's definitely it's a bridge to so many different things besides just what's physically in front of you. Even though that's what I want to teach as well, is what's physically in front of you is repairable. So it's definitely something that everybody should be getting behind, because it is a very easy, basic necessity to learn some of these skills. And it carries forward into your career as well. Because would you rather hire somebody who doesn't care about technology, who doesn't care about their own products and just stuff that they own? If they don't care about their stuff, are they going to care about your stuff at your business? Probably not. So yeah, the more we could do at the beginning of learning and teaching all of these skills, the more problem-solving skills they'll develop, and the better quality employees you'll get as well. And essentially we'll be doing that and starting that again here locally in DeLand, Florida. And we'll be reaching out to the Volusia area in general for now. Pretty much that's where we're able to help out immediately. But in DeLand, Deltona, Orange City, we got a couple of connections there already that we'll be working with to get these computers out and in hands in need. And yeah, it's just it's a no-brainer to do all this. It just about takes no time at all to repair these things, get them upgraded, and yeah, no time at all to get them in the kids' hands. We literally just take them over to the nonprofits, the youth organizations, and we just say, hey, here they are. Let us know when they're in their hands. Because pretty much they'll be picked up that day or possibly the next day or whenever that student arrives the next time they're at the facility. Worst case scenario, if they can't come pick it up at any convenient time as soon as possible, we could go drop it off. Because right now I have the time to put into this, and I want to, because I have the skills to do it, and it's very fun for me to take these things apart, because again, it's not just learning how to do it one time, the first time, and then, oh, that's a fun thing to do, and that was a big hassle. It's like, no, I'm doing this for now the third laptop. I've done many laptops, of course, before, but not as a nonprofit, as I've been working on right now. So it's definitely very fun for me to do all this. It's not considered work to me. It is just a very fun thing to do. So let's get this Windows 10 setup started.
Yeah, the potential need is about 25,000.
So if you want a little bit more stats on why I'm typing all this in, essentially in Volusia County alone, there are about 25,000 students that can use a computer. 25,000. I have 100. That's just the start. So we can have 25,000 that are technically, they're disadvantaged as far as financially disadvantaged, and they pretty much can't really afford the cost of, again, some of these computers, the base computers that start at $250, which I definitely don't recommend. Some families just can't afford that. And again, even if you get the computer from the school, you have to still sign essentially an agreement stating if the laptop breaks, which if you have a student, it's going to break regardless, and you're going to have to pay back that full $200, $250. That's it. Who's being helped? Nobody's being helped. You're just buying equipment, and basically you're not helping enable anybody. Let alone, just like Jessica on our team, her brother just graduated high school, and he had his laptop through school that they were able to borrow and pay the insurance for and everything. And guess what? Now he's going to college. Can't bring the laptop. He has to return it, which is fine. Obviously, it's not a buyout program, but at the end of the day, what are you going to do? Like, now you're going to college, you got to buy the books, you got to get the tuition figured out, you got to do all this other stuff, and then on top of that, oh, now I need a laptop that's $200, $300, $400, $500, $600, however much you want to invest in to make sure your computer's up fast and running and will just work. So it's functional, but it's dysfunctional. So it is definitely essential to make sure families and students actually have access to their own hardware to do all these things, because the school system is only going to get you so far, grade-wise, technology-wise, and assistance-wise. So it's up to yourselves and the community like us to help assist, get those families the assistance that they need to make sure that everybody can be successful and we can increase our overall knowledge and well-being in our entire community. And that just makes everything better for everybody. Like, there's no downside. So you just got to do it. You just got to take these computers, fix them up, take some monetary donations, buy the equipment, buy the hardware, put them in the kids' hands. The kids will do the rest. It's in their hands. If you don't know how to use a computer, learn how to use it. You got one. Use Google, use YouTube. I didn't go to college for any of this. I didn't study on how to take apart this specific laptop. I took it, the first laptop I took apart, that was the first time I took apart this specific laptop, and I put it back together. No problems. Boots up, got Windows 10 installed. Yeah, it's not hard to do this stuff. Once you just start doing it, you watch the YouTube videos. You can literally watch this YouTube video right now, this live stream back all the way, because again, after this third one, I got 2 more I'm doing. They're the same ones. You can literally become super efficient using this computer, watching back and learning how to actually repair it yourself. So there's no excuse to learn any of this stuff. I know time is the only issue for people at the end of the day, but once you have the access to these, which we plan on doing for as many people as we can, for as many computers that we can get donated, and as long as we can stay doing what we're doing, yeah, we're just gonna keep on moving along, making sure everybody has access to reasonable technology. And the term for that is called the digital divide, because that's what's going on. We have access to technology, but it comes at a certain price. Not everybody can afford that price. Not everybody has access to it, and that's causing a digital divide. So what we're doing is with every single laptop that's going out, every desktop all-in-one, every computer, it's bridging the digital divide. Makes it easier, accessible to everybody. And it's literally going to do everything that I just explained. It's going to increase the education level. It's going to increase your personality as far as being able to fix things, fix your personal beliefs on what you can accomplish and what you can't. You're going to say, I could accomplish a lot more than I can't accomplish anything. Like, this is next level stuff. The plan in the future for this nonprofit is not just me sitting behind these cameras doing this. I will continue to do this, but the plan is to have a facility in the future where we can bring in students and basically educate them, explain them, show them, help them, and force them to physically repair the machine because, well, if they want to do it. We're going to force them to fix it and show them and give them those problem solving skills that they need that will carry forward into everything that they do. And I think that would just be a fun activity as well for all these students. It's just something else. It's another outlet of creativity rather than looking at the screen. I'm not looking at the screen. I've had less screen time and more fun physically working on the machines than I have looking at them. Like, come on. So much more fun.
Anthony McBride says hi.
Mr. McBride. He is on the stream. He's a close friend. He's into computers just like me. And yeah, because we're in computers, we're into technology in general. So that's part of all the problem solving skills is even with the computers and all that. We got into car speakers. So I just messaged him the other day talking about, hey, I figured out how to tune a subwoofer with a multimeter. Why would you do that? I don't know. It's precision. It's problem solving. You can make something better than what it already is. And it's just learning how to do that and having the ability to problem solve to even understand that that's even an option to do. And that's where I think starting at least with the base access and ability to repair computers is a great option. and he seems to have a whole bunch of computers and more equipment to use to donate to us, which we will gladly take. Because anything and everything will work. Even if we can't use it in a machine, we will definitely use it to recycle, because that's another big issue I haven't got onto, is recycling electronics properly. Because you get all the metals and batteries and chemicals that are left over in all these computers, and they just go straight into the landfill, and that's hurting the environment really bad, really quick. So by getting those electronics to us, we can make sure that we could properly recycle them. And then as a side effect with those recyclings, we can do it locally, which they can actually pay us out for some of the raw materials that are being donated. Meaning that we can purchase more hardware, screens, RAM, solid state drives. Again, the reason I'm doing these 5 is because we've got enough money to get a solid state drive. That's all we need for this round of basically 100 computers. We just need solid state drives, which I'm able to get, and they're on sale for about $30. Like, that's all that's needed for one laptop to be upgraded right now. The rest of it is just cleaning it, and it's just time. Like, that's pretty much all it is.
This is number 3.
Yes. Laptop number 3. Laptop number 3, the other 2 already have Windows 10 fully installed and are literally ready to go. And again, it's just because we got the solid state drives in. Everything else is easy. All right, so you gotta go, Mr. McBride. I will get in touch with you later. Sounds good. So I bet you, after thinking about it, why that sticky bit tape is so attached to that little transistor there. It's probably really stuck there because it generates heat, and of course when you have heat and sticky tape, it's going to make it adhere really good. So that's what I think is going on there, because that's the 3rd one, and it just seemed to be attached really well to that. So the heat is definitely at play, making that a little bit harder to service in the future. Oh, what am I doing? I'm trying to pull it out. It's in front of my face. There's a screw right there. It's like I knew there was a problem holding it. I'm like, where is it? It was coming from this area. I'm like, where was it? It was right there. All right. Wiggle this out. Perfect. All right, we have everything disassembled. Reapplying the thermal paste now. All right, let's get this cable plugged back in. Perfect. Okay, keyboard. Let's get this thing blown out a little bit beforehand. Why, you don't like the string?
No, you don't need the string.
Okay, cables reattached. That is perfect. Let's go ahead and get this thing. Nope, not that yet. We can hold off on that. Let's go ahead and get this other little component in here. This little thing controls the Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. So if you ever connect to Wi-Fi on a laptop, that's what does it. It's a very important device for a laptop. Usually these are pretty cheap to replace. You can get some for, I don't know, maybe $5, $7, up to maybe $20, depending on what features you're looking for and how new it is. If it's older, it's going to be, of course, a lot cheaper. And then if that's not an option, and if you need Wi-Fi, you don't want to take the whole thing apart and trying to figure all that out, find the right part number, you can always just go to the store and get those little USB devices that actually allow you to connect to Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. I don't know if they have a USB that does both, but you could buy 2 USBs that do each one of those tasks in case the internal hardware ever fails. So let's get these smaller ones in here, and then we could get that CD drive in there. All right, let's get the solid state drive in there. Again, these solid state drives donated. They donated money to our cause, a couple of people, and we were able to physically purchase these solid state drives from their donations. And that's actually all these laptops needed. Well, one needed a keyboard, but again, we could use that from scrap from one of the other computers that may not fully function properly. But all the donations, as of right now, and pretty much going forward for the most part, are all going to be used for buying hardware. So in this case, I have in total 100 computers, over 100, and majority of them are fully functioning, working, but they need to get solid state drives because hard disk drives are just way too slow. So we are using all the funds right now, primarily to purchase solid state drives. We may have to buy a couple of sticks of RAM, because again, the main goal is to get them to 8 gigs for each computer as well. But luckily, a lot of these computers that were already donated, they already had 8 gigs total. So that was perfect. So majority of all donations are literally just to buy these solid state drives. So if we could get some more donations in, again, I have 100 computers. I'm only able to fix 5 right now, and we'll get them handed out as soon as possible to some of the youth organizations that we work with. And as we get some more money in, we'll be doing the same thing. You'll see me on a live stream again. We will be fixing up these laptops, and we will be putting them in kids' hands. But that's pretty much the goal of all these computers. They're going to be in kids' hands that otherwise cannot afford them, that are underprivileged and basically just don't have access to these kind of machines. Again, through school, if they went with them, they would have to give the computer back. They don't own it. They get it for free to use, but then they have to pay for the insurance or pay for the repairs if they break the laptop in any sort of manner, and they got to pay the deductible. So essentially that cost is just, it's a wash. It's like if you mess it up, which it's going to guarantee to happen because kids are kids, and yeah, we definitely want to get these kids to have their own machines so that way they can learn ownership, and they need to learn to take care of their own equipment because it's theirs. If it breaks, it's theirs. They got to figure out how to fix it. And that's where we can help out as our nonprofit. Is we'll be able to get those kids their computers. We'll be able to help teach them how to repair and fix their own computers, how to properly take care of the computer, how to fix it, upgrade it, just anything that they need to know. We want to help educate and make sure that they know how computers actually work. What more you can do with it rather than just your basic Microsoft Word, PowerPoint. Because sometimes kids, that's all they think that they are for. And then that everything else that the internet offers is on your cell phone. TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. But no, computers can be used for so much more. Learning programming, playing video games, like full-on video games, because mobile games, I'm sorry, they're not that good. So it's a great way to access so many different types of entertainment and education, because you can even build your own video game. They have, what is it, Unreal Engine, the engine that builds Fortnite. The engine that builds that game, it's actually free for everybody. You can literally download their engine and start building your video game with it. Completely free. You don't have to pay for a license. You just sign up for your account. You just download it. You can start building with it. They have a tutorial website. Like, they got instructions on how to do everything. There's YouTube videos that show you how to do everything. There are things to purchase assets. So like a 3D model of a tree or a car. Those are the only purchases, but basically there's so many assets that are absolutely free as well. So you can literally just go in and start creating your entire own 3D world and video game that your other friends could start playing. And it's just insane what's free out there. And it's like all that is for the taking, but only for kids who have computers. So it's so imperative that we get these computers into kids' hands, because there's literally no reason why they shouldn't have access to technology. With so many things being so free, it's just mind-boggling that how we were on the trend for everybody to have computers and access to the internet and everything for a very long time, and then cell phones started coming out, smartphones. They could do everything that a computer can. Well, I'm sorry, they can't. They really can't, especially now when cell phones are just like the computers that we get from schools. Insurance policies. Oh yeah, you got to buy the phone. Oh yeah, but you got to pay for it monthly. Oh, you got to pay for the insurance in case it breaks. You got to do all this and that. And it's like, who actually fixes the phones? I don't want to fix the phones. Those are too difficult to fix. Like, why do they make it so hard to fix? Why has it got to be so small? Why has it got to be everything glued together, essentially, rather than using screws? And it's like, the phones, where they headed and where they're ending up, are not very usable for education purposes, and no, they cannot do everything that a computer can. So that's why we should have, and that's why I'm continuing to push forward with getting these laptops and computers, all-in-ones, desktops, just getting them into all the hands that can actually use them and can actually learn and just do so much more.
43% of households don't have a desktop or laptop in their house.
And yeah, so to put some numbers to that, 43% of households, 43, every other house on your block does not have a computer. They probably have a cell phone, but like I just said, can you build your game on there that you could sell, market? No. Every other house on your block. So that neighbor has a computer, that neighbor doesn't, right next door to you. What is that?
Depending on the
It's crazy. 43%. So the goal is to get that to 0%. Zero?
No.
One of the differences. The difference of that. 100% of everybody should have computers, is what I'm trying to say. Because the technology is cheaper. Again, upgrading these machines are so cheap. There's just so many great things that could come from owning a computer. To me, it would be like owning your first car. You get your first computer, and you learn to take care of it, clean it, make sure that it's running fast, upgrade it. You know, you get access to all that stuff when you get your first car. May not be the best running thing, but it's yours. You're gonna take care of it. No matter how ugly it looks, it's your ugly, and you love it. So, given that opportunity at an earlier age than 16, or even some people never have the opportunity of true ownership. So, to be able to offer that to 100 students, because we have 100 computers again. I only have enough to fix up the 5 with the solid-state drives that we have, because every computer needs a solid-state drive nowadays. That's my goal, and for them to be sustainable and live longer than they are destined to live by most corporations and businesses and even schools. So
what's the number
So essentially, we need to raise some funds for the solid state drives. These 5 solid state drives, I got them on discount. I essentially got 5 of them for about $140. So that pretty much comes out to be about, let's just say rounding up, $30 per for a solid state drive. We have about 100 computers that are pretty much ready to go. Of course, cleaning them up, making sure that anything that is possibly broken is repaired. But essentially, we have 100 of them ready to go. So that's, yeah,
So if you do
3. So how much are we looking at? So we're looking at 30 times 100, so that's $3,000. That's it. $3,000. $3,000 to impact 100 kids for their life, to give access to everything. 100 kids, $3,000. That is such a small number to impact a massive amount of lives. And it's not something that's just given to them for the day, for the weekend, for the month, for the school year, for the year, 2 years. These things are given to them to do whatever they want for as long as they want. So even if these become too old for Windows to run or everything else, you could always install Linux on them, which Linux will pretty much always support anything forever. These things could be used for anything. Maybe the kid doesn't need to use it anymore. Maybe he could donate it, pass it on to a brother, a family member, a close friend, somebody who doesn't have access or knew about the things that they did at the time. And then maybe they don't want to give it away. Maybe they want to sell it. So they get done with their schooling, they're going into college. Maybe they want to get a newer computer. They could sell it. They could get, what, $100, $200 off? Guess what, $100, $200? That's either a book or at least a pretty nice starting point for a laptop. You could spend at least $400 or $500 to get a pretty decent laptop nowadays. And it's a great starting point. So it's like, even if it were to be sold to help further your education and to move on to these bigger and better things that they're going to do, because they're children. They're going to be growing up. They need to do these things. So having access to options is such a great thing that a lot of these kids have no options. So to be offering something is more than nothing. And it starts with, in this case, a solid state drive. 30 bucks. 30 bucks. All that. 30 bucks. That's pretty much a one-time meal for a family, typical meal at McDonald's. Taco Bell. Family of 4, 2 parents, 2 kids. I'm assuming you're probably paying at least 30 bucks or very close to 30 bucks every time you go. That's the cost of one of these solid state drives, and because of that 30 bucks, you get a computer. That's all it is. Because again, not only is it just, hey, I have a computer, we're going to be fixing it. I'm going to learn how to do all this. I'm going to do all that. I'm going to sell it. It's the options that are given turn into critical thinking skills. Because if you have options, what are you going to do? The first one that you thought of? No. You're going to think about the first one, and then while you're thinking about that, that's going to develop more ideas and more thought on, oh, well, if I could do that, what else can I do? And then you keep going from there, and then you just have to figure out of all the options you have, what's the best option in your current situation. Is it to sell it? Is it to upgrade it? Is it to fix it? Is it to give it away? Is it to learn how to game? Well, not game, how to build a game with software that's free? Is it to learn Google Ads for free so that way you can start your own business, learn how to build websites for free? It's your critical thinking skill that will be developed, because you're going to be just dumbfounded with so many different options that you can actually do with a computer that you're going to have to figure it out. So yeah, selling it could be an option, but it's not the best option in my opinion, because there's so many different things you could do.
So for example, current laptops cost $250, but that only would pay for 12 laptops.
So for an example, let's put some more numbers out there. We have a computer that you could go to the store, buy today, the cheapest one, $200, $250. One laptop at the store available today. The same amount. 10, 11, 12 laptops, computers. So one turns into 10 times the amount for the same price. And that's all it takes to repair the current round of computers that we have. And it's going to be just, it's such a better deal, a better concept, a better just everything all around. It's helping the economy, because we're not selling as many products, we're not wasting as many minerals to develop as many computers anymore, because we're able to utilize our funds and resources to restore and update and keep all this technology that's already here. It already exists. Why do we need new stuff if the old stuff keeps on working? Like, it's just a different mindset to have, to always think to buy new, when the price of something new can fix something 10 times the amount, 10 times the amount of stuff. Like, it's crazy, of the same thing. All right, laptop 3. It is cleaned. For cleaning this, again, I just did the basic isopropyl everywhere. Gotta set the battery. Yep, so just F1. So essentially, I'm just using some isopropyl alcohol, applying it to the cloth first, and then giving it the overall wipe down, making sure any sticky stuff is removed, and then I'll come back with some glass cleaner to help get rid of all the streaks and residue that all the material picks up. And yeah, it's just a very efficient way. We're not in 2030 yet, we're in 2023. And now we're at 6:30. 636. That's close enough. F10. Save the settings. Boot up into Windows. We'll set up that off to the side for now. And we are going to be starting number 4. Let's see what's going on. We've got a little sticker. Again, if you use the right stickers, it will clean up nicely. Let's see. 3 laptops, 3 hours. Yeah. 3 hours, 3 students, 3 lives changed. For, again, $30 each, so that's 90 bucks. 90 bucks. 3 hours, 3 laptops, 3 lives. 3 families. More than 3 lives. Because now, if there's two kids in the household, you now have 2 kids, a parent at least, so 3 people that can utilize the computer to do absolutely everything that they can come up with. Start a business, do homework, learn, possibilities are endless. And again, $30 per computer right now. That's all we're working with. Okay, so same setup, again, same laptop. Let's, before we go too far, which I already did, let's get charger out of one of the other laptops. And let's see if this one boots up, no problem.
Why this is better than Apple.
All right, let's see something. I did see some funkiness. Some lines were loading and things going horizontal. But in this case, the screen looks okay. So that could either be low battery, that could be drivers are bad, could be things overheating, could be a couple different things. I just don't want to show any names on here. There's just a couple, because again, they were donated. Still got the hard drives in there. Everything seems to be functioning correctly. So let's get this thing powered back down. And keep going with the teardown. So even though there was a little funkiness that I saw there in the beginning, it still booted up and everything looked to be fine. Sometimes that could be a little thing because maybe the files on the hard drive are corrupted and in the boot sequence something's off and it's just not loading right. But that's where we can kind of go through all the basics, clean it all up, see if there's anything wacky out of order, and then replace everything if needed, clean it all up, and then we can, after get Windows 10 installed again, we can run those softwares that I said earlier, where we can test to see if everything is actually functioning properly. Here's something I see already. I didn't touch that yet. One of the cables are already loose on this thing, came detached. Again, this module is for Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, so maybe if I booted into Windows and saw what was going on, it may not be able to connect to Bluetooth or Wi-Fi. So that would have been a little issue there. It doesn't look like the connector is bad or anything. It just looks like it was just came disconnected. So we can definitely fix that because we opened it. Just take a look. Sometimes it's something as simple as that. Something coming disconnected. So this one, let's see if we could get repaired a little bit faster. See if I can go turbo mode on this thing. Yeah, so let's see. So let's say we started about 6:30 on this thing. 6:34? 6:35.
I'm gonna put a timer.
Yeah, if we got a timer, we could put a timer on. We got a timer on another computer. The other computer is already starting to boot up into Windows 10. We can get that process going as well. Perfect. Cables are disconnected. Let's get the module out. And then we will get all the screws out. Because I think this would be a fun opportunity for kids to work with in the future once we get a facility and/or could orchestrate this with one of the other nonprofits in the area. We could do a speed running computer build as a competition. I think that would be excellent, and we could possibly get some awards to hand out. Maybe some hard drives. We'll take the hard drives apart, take out all the data aspect of it all, and just leave the aluminum chassis. And maybe we could kind of spray paint them gold, silver, bronze, and maybe that could be the award. You get some nice medals, literal medals, and yeah. If you think you could build it fast, do it. All right, other computer is restarting right now, so it should be starting the setup process for Windows 10. And of course, these are the laptops that, again, a little bit older, where you gotta take everything apart to get to the motherboard. There's so many screws. This would be a lot faster with some of the more modern ones. Because the modern ones, again, you only have to take out maybe 6 to 8 screws on just the bottom, and then pretty much you just pop the bottom off. Whereas this one, I gotta take all the screws out, take the keyboard off, take the top off, and yeah, I gotta take the whole thing apart. That's how they kind of built him back in the day, and some may still be that way, but some of the more modern ones that you can go pick up at the store right now, it's typically just the bottom that you can take off, and then you have access to everything pretty easily.
What was next, you think?
But one laptop, one computer, you cannot do that to kind of repair easily. Apples. Yeah, you could take it apart. They have 6 to 8 screws on the bottom you could undo. But guess what? You can't just use a Phillips head like this. Nope, you gotta buy a proprietary screw tip. The iFixit kit I have, it comes with 3 different size tips. So you have to have that specific screw to get into it. Next, the RAM that we're upgrading to 8 gigs. You can't do that. If you go out and buy a 4 gig Mac today, you're only limited to 4 gigs. You cannot physically install RAM. You have to, there's no expansion slots essentially for any more storage. You have to buy specifically their storage if you can upgrade it, if you buy that kind of model. If not, the storage is soldered directly onto the motherboard. So essentially when you buy a MacBook, you're stuck with it. There's nothing you can do with it if it ever breaks, because if your hard drive is bad, if your storage is bad, well, your RAM, CPU, video driver, if any of that goes bad, the entire motherboard needs to be replaced. What do you think the motherboard is? That's 98% of what a laptop is. Everything else is just a chassis, keyboard, wires, and then a screen. So literally a MacBook, Apple product, a computer system from them. Their iPhones, sure, they're okay, but the computers themselves, pretty much the most unuseful computer to actually be sustainable with for a sustainable future. Like it's ridiculous. So I know we should be timing myself, which we are, but no, I want to keep timing so that way we can see how long it takes to repair a computer while also still fixing up another computer, finishing up another computer. So that's pretty much that. Now I'm going back here. So yeah, if you like the UI, you like the ecosystem of being able to put things between your computer and your phone and all that stuff, well, I can tell you Windows do the same thing. They have a phone app connector they could put on there, and you could download your iTunes and everything on there. It can still work the same way. Yeah, are you gonna have every feature? No, but if your computer breaks or gets old, are you gonna be able to update it and keep it going forever? Probably. Macs did used to last a long time. There are some people still out there with 15-year-old MacBooks and they swear that they're still fast and they're awesome, but yeah. Do they even actually work anymore? Because as far as I'm aware, you can't even update to the latest operating system. And the latest operating system is what you need to have all the latest security benefits and all these other things. The operating system for the old systems, they don't physically make updates for them anymore. So if there's any security issues or anything that develops, don't connect to the internet if you got an old MacBook. That's all I'm trying to say. You can use it to turn on to look at. That's about as much as its usefulness. But what I would rather do for those old Macs is recycle it and use that money to upgrade a Windows, because that's about all they're worth. I was donated a MacBook that came in. Nothing wrong with that. Again, I'm gonna recycle it. The only thing that I can physically find out that's wrong with it, the other machine is booted into Windows, so that is fully functional. We did get it into that. So that was laptop 3 here. Let's shut this one down. The only thing wrong with that MacBook was the screen. It's not an old MacBook. This is a 2020 MacBook. 3 years. 3 years old. broken screen. The cheapest MacBook of that generation, it was the MacBook Air. It was a 13-inch. The cheapest one that you could get was pretty much like $1,000 at the time. And as of right now, because it's 3 years older, the cost of the MacBook Air is about, if you were to sell it fully working, cleaned up, good working order, maybe $500-600, if that. Guess how much the screen cost, which is the only thing that's wrong with that machine. $400 to $500. So if you sold it for $500, you would make no money. If you spent $400 on the screen and you got that, and you sold it for $600, maybe you make $200. Is that going to buy you a new MacBook? No. That's going to get you a Windows machine that can barely function as well. No. So if you had an older Windows machine, $600 can literally, you could just go build your own computer at that point. Like, why are you building, why are you trying to buy something like that? No, you just need to have a Windows machine where if you break the screen for these machines are only, you could seriously buy these screens from like $60 all the way up to $200-300 at maximum, because again, some of them may have touch screen capabilities, IPS, all the other kind of stuff. And yeah, so I'm not saying computer PCs are always going to be the cheapest options. Windows PCs are always going to be the cheapest option as far as repair, but they will, you have a lot more options. The second thing to that I wanted to state is where do you buy all your Mac parts? I know Macs and all that stuff just came out with their repair system and tutorials and things like that, but they don't really sell anything that you could actually repair and fix. So you see things like this headphone jack. It's on a separate daughter board. If that headphone ever broke on a MacBook, you're replacing the whole motherboard. If it broke on this, look at that, you could buy this little $10-15 piece right here and replace it. Completely works. Over here you got your power rail and a USB port. It's on a daughter board as well. Ever breaks, replace it. You don't need to replace the whole thing. What makes this board expensive is that the CPU is attached directly to it. It's soldered to it. Only thing that makes it expensive. It's even cheaper, again still, because like I said earlier, the RAM is not soldered onto it. It's separate. So yes, are Windows machines a little bit more bulky? Sure. But do they weigh less? I don't know about that, because MacBooks as well, this is all plastic. MacBooks, yeah, you're paying for the premium aluminum, but then what's the weight then? So it's like, it's not more convenient to carry. Yeah, it may have superior battery life, and there are benefits to having a Mac, but I think the benefits that you like in a machine will not outweigh the usefulness in its lifespan and its life cycle. What is the actual purpose of a Mac? And the reason you can't use certain machines, MacBooks, after a certain amount of time is because the operating system. So kind of like just with a Chrome as well, your Macs, they're only going to make iOS support up to a certain amount of time. So maybe it's 4 years, 5 years, 6 years maybe, who knows? You never know. Windows machines, I've been repairing 10-year-old computers. I've been able to install Windows 10 on 10-year-old machines, even older now. And guess what? It works fine. Try to install the latest operating, go and get a 7 to 10-year-old MacBook. 7 to 10-year-old MacBook. Go to iTunes, click update. Go to the iOS update. Look at the latest OS that they just announced as well for the WWDC, whatever you call it, developer conference. And tell me if you can upgrade to that operating system. All I know is that if you can't upgrade, guess what? All these machines are able to upgrade to Windows 10. They already have Windows 10 on them. I don't know how old specifically these are, but they can all have Windows 10. And Windows 10, yes, technically is supported till 2025. Once I test a couple of these to see if they could upgrade to Windows 11, they'll upgrade to Windows 11. And guess what? They'll stay on Windows 11 until Windows 11 is done. Like that's just, it's crazy to me to think that you're dependent, the hardware is dependent on the software. That's crazy. This is good working hardware. You could send electricity through this and it still functions. So why are you going to limit the hardware by the software? Makes no sense. When earlier as well I said software is free. So if they don't want you to own the hardware, the software is free, then they just want to give you something and just say, hey, here it is, and just forever give me money. That's not sustainable at all. You always have to get the latest and newest thing. Not sustainable at all. All these components and electronics are completely functional, even if you can't upgrade to the latest operating system. So it's not that I don't like Apple's services, all of their products. I open up a MacBook and I look at it, I'm like, this thing is designed really good. Like the development team, everything like that goes into the building of the motherboards, like, oh my gosh, it is amazing. But it's limited so much because they want to sell their ecosystem. They want to sell their software. That's the product they're selling. And they're not even wanting to sell you the hardware. Because if they're just selling you the hardware, they're not selling you hardware that lasts, because what's the first thing they ask you if you want to buy their computer? Oh, do you want to get the 2-year extended Apple plan, Apple Care with that? Why? Are you telling me that the machine's gonna break in 2 years? Like, what are you trying to say? Like, no, doesn't make any sense. Whereas you have to pay for that, or you could buy other quality products like a power supply from Seasonic when building a computer. Some of those power supplies, they start out at 5 years of warranty. Beyond that, 7 years, 10 years, 15 years. Well, I don't know about the 15 part, but definitely 10 years I've seen. Warranty from Seasonic for power supplies. Yeah, should something go wrong with a power supply? No, but they're gonna warranty it if it does, because they're selling you hardware. They're selling you something that's actually usable and functional for many, many years, and they're gonna back it, and that's why they're giving you 10 years of warranty for that product, because they know it's gonna work. Apple only has to sell you services and products for the lifespan of the software. And that's how we get a whole bunch of waste in the landfills, because then now we can't upgrade the machines. What do we do with them? We can't install anything on them. And yeah, it's just going to the landfill, filling everything up. Acids, metals, all the precious metals that we're mined so much for, that cost so much for us to purchase and buy individually. It would be so much cheaper if we can actually send these off to be recycled properly, extract all those precious metals, all the gold, all the silver, copper, and put it back into our system to rebuild more machines. So that's why I'm stating with MacBooks, Pretty much the only thing that they're useful for is recycling. So you're buying recycled material essentially when you buy a MacBook. You're buying the ecosystem, which sure, get the ecosystem, do what you want, but all I know is I cannot give those computers to kids who do not have computers, who cannot develop critical thinking skills, build a sense of ownership, build so many different things, because you decided to buy a MacBook and want to go with that ecosystem to satisfy yourself. You're giving no opportunity, or possibly even depriving kids. Again, 100 computers I have donated for free. You're depriving, on a different scale, the possibility of people not being able to own a computer because you bought something that physically has no use after the operating system, after they refuse to generate any kind of operating system support for their older machines. And it's just, it's disheartening. And all the kids think that they want MacBooks because everybody's like, oh, I want the phone, I want the ecosystem, I want the weird VR glasses that have eyes showing through it. It's like, no, if I'm in VR, AR, no, it's my experience. It's not your experience, it's mine. So yeah, that you cannot take a MacBook and open it like this and repair it like this. And they don't know what Windows is capable of. All they know is, I mean, people don't even know what MacBooks are capable of. Like, nobody really knows what any of these are capable of. That's where we plan on having on our site as well. We want to have all these resources that I've been mentioning today about all this free software and everything. We're going to be generating posts talking about all these different services and softwares that can literally be utilized by anybody on any computer. So yeah, so if a kid does get a Apple or something like that, MacBook, then maybe they might be able to use the software, but I don't know. Is it free on that machine? Is it set up to work on that machine? But all I know is I'll be putting the information out there. If they can use it, if anybody can use it, awesome. Because yeah, talking about usability, the funniest thing with my niece, she's going into school, I'm an uncle, I don't know kids' ages. She's, what, 13? And she talks about, yeah, I don't know. She's middle school. But yeah, I have a Google Pixel Android phone, and she's got her mom's older iPhone, and yeah, so essentially what all the kids are talking about are like comparing phones and all that. They're talking about like what backgrounds you have stock, what ringtones you have stock, and it's like, what does that matter? So she's saying that iPhones are better because the stock ringtones are better. And I don't know if she doesn't know that, but like you have to, but you can literally pick any song, any sound you want in the world and set it as your ringtone, text tone, anything like that. It does not have to be those. I know you could purchase more. Now that's a whole different story. Now my brother came to me and told me the other day, he was like, oh yeah, I got this ringtone, it's really cool. And he's like, yeah, I'm just paying 99 cents for it. I'm like, you're paying 99 cents, the cost of like an Apple iTunes song or whatever, or not even that, it was like $1.25 or something. Like, you're paying that much for a ringtone that you can literally get for free, but for convenience and ecosystem, you're paying that much money to set as your ringtone. Like, no. And he's like, no, I'm okay paying for that. It's like, no. Get your CD that you have, all the CDs you have, because that's basically what he's saying. Is all the movies that you have, you got DVDs of all the movies, you got the streaming services of all these movies. Go ahead and just play whatever part of the song, of the movie song you want, hit record on your computer. There you go. That's your WAV file, that's your MP3, that's whatever file you need to save it as. Load it up on your phone, select that as your ringtone, done. You don't have to pay for anything. You're already paying for it. You're already paying for streaming services. You already purchased the songs. You already purchased the movies. Why are you not utilizing them? Stop paying the same amount of money, or stop paying money for the things that you've already purchased. So yeah, there is no difference between iPhones and Androids. They call people, they text people, they have apps. You could be productive with the apps, you can be having fun with the apps. You can break the phone. You could repair both the phones. They both cost money to repair. They both have pros, they both have cons, they both have software issues. They're similar, but yeah, they're just different backing, I would say, behind them. The mindset and the concept behind each phone ecosystem is kind of weird, I would say, on the more iPhone, but I know Android people are pretty weird too, on what they want to say everything is, but putting this upside down. But I just look at it too is with phones and stuff, I don't really talk about sustainability too much with those because it's the same concept. All phones all have the end of life update system, so that's why I'm like, it's kind of whatever with the phones, because at the end of the day, Android, iPhone, you'll get updates for maybe 2 to 5 years, 7 years maximum. I know companies are trying to work on it to make it last longer, but I know at the end of the day, phones are always trying to come out with newer technologies. No, I'm putting the wrong screws in. It's the other 4. I think they're all the same size for the top case, but let's put the right ones where they should go. But yeah, phones, that's a whole, yeah, just a different battle, ecosystem battle. But at the end of the day, I did jailbreak iPhones. I've sideloaded things and did all the stuff on Android. iPhone, I would say, for me, the funnest time I had it with iPhones were when the jailbreaking community was at its best, where a lot of the features that you have nowadays on iPhone were all developed by the jailbreaking community. And there's a lot of things that are still not available on iPhones that were built and accessible through the jailbreaking community. And that's why I hacked my iPhone. I didn't hack it to get free apps, to get free things. I did it specifically because there are so many more features that I could unlock and add to the phone in an instant. And I didn't have to wait for Apple's yearly update and, oh, you have to get the new OS to get the latest updates. It's like, no, all this stuff was built as soon as the mod created it for the iPhone. You were able to instantly download it, get access to it. If something didn't work right, you can report it to the community. If it's something easy to fix, you have the jailbreak community to help you out to try to solve it with all the different forms and everything. Like, it was just so fun to be a part of the iPhone community then. Now, you're just handed a device saying, we'll update it when we want to. We'll get you features when we say you should have it. Not before, not later. Only when we say. So it's just like the beginning of Apple itself. With the MacBooks, the first computers, they wanted to build their own hardware. So what did they do? They built their own hardware. They put together random stuff. They put together software that would only work with the specific hardware. And over time, it just kept on going more and more. But initially, all that beginning stuff was all created because they essentially hacked the software and hardware to build their own firmware. They have to build that specifically with their own software with all their hardware that they wanted to use. So that's why they only had a limited amount of hardware that actually worked, because they didn't want to code for 5,000 different types of fans or CPUs and all this other stuff. They just wanted to do what was in their garage at the time to make it work. So that's what they hacked and put together. So it's like all that concept of where they began is just out the window. Like it was great, it was fun, but now it's not, because they try to make it sound illegal to jailbreak your iPhone. And it's just like that's not the purpose of jailbreaking. The purpose of jailbreaking is to learn about it, to build upon what you already have. But guess what they did there? They were like, oh, everybody wants to do that? Everybody wants to do that? Okay, well, you can build for our stuff, but you have to pay a developer license. And you have to pay that monthly, yearly, however much, but you have to continuously pay that. If you don't pay, oh, you can't develop for us anymore. Nah, that's it. Guess what? Android, you pay Google one time. You pay them one time to become a developer. And what happens after you pay that one time? You get access to all the developer tools. And that's it. You don't have to keep on paying to get it. I mean, yeah, if you break the terms of service or something, yeah, you don't have it anymore. But same would be the thing on Apple too. But you pay the one-time fee. You're a developer. You get access to all the tools, all the software, all the resources to develop your own software. It's free, essentially, compared to Apple's system. So yeah, I don't understand. Oh well, you're paying for the privilege to develop on such great hardware. It's like, oh, it was such a privilege for them to build their software and hardware in a garage. Yeah. Privilege is not the word. That's what I'm just trying to say. It's a word that I said that nobody else said, but I'm just reaffirming to myself that is not the type of thing that's going on here. But that's where we're at. We are here building the computers though. So then that way everybody can have access to them. Oh, well, speaking of which, that's the funniest part. Apple. If you're a student, right, you get student discounts. You get student stuff, right? You get access to a whole bunch of cool stuff. Like you're a student, like you're developing the future, you know, right? Like you're going to be hired by Apple next, you know, right? $100. You get $100 off. That's your student discount. That's how much they want to invest into the future. Every person who purchases from them is only worth $100. You go to the store, yeah, I'm a student, let me get a discount. Okay, you only save $100. Nah. Nope. Not today. You get $100 off to have the privilege to buy our software and our hardware. $100 is not good enough for education, in my opinion. Where that $100 can literally fix 3 laptops. $100 discount turns into 3 laptops, 3 successful students' lives, families, ambitions. Or you could save $100 and buy a MacBook that you can't upgrade, repair. I don't know. $100 sounds better to get 3 computers than just 1. Just my opinion. Let alone all the stuff that Google does. As a nonprofit, Google is amazing. Google Workspace, 100% free. I could have as many employees, clientele I want, not clientele, people on my staff. Everybody can get their own email, get my own workspace. All the applications that's included, all free. 100% free. YouTube right now, streaming. I get access to add links to my cards up top in the top right. So that's something that you pretty much have to get 1,000 subs to be able to do that, do external links and things like that for just that. Like, I know that's very minor, but it's like, hey, they're trying to do whatever they can. For ads, they have Google Ads grant. $10,000 per month that you can spend on ads. Like, I believe it's limited, to my understanding, to just text ads. But if somebody searched Computer Repair Lab, we're still early in the process, then it should show a ad that says sponsored, and it should say Computer Repair Lab, bridging the digital divide, and yeah, help drive and reinforce brand awareness, essentially. And again, that's free. And I believe there's some others, I forget exactly what, but those are the main sticking points. But definitely having that software for free, 120 gigs per account that is included for free. I know it's not that expensive for a business to get started, but once you start creating accounts, it adds up real quick. So what is Apple doing? Apple does not have a software that I can use universally. Because again, Google is web-based. I can use it on a MacBook or I could use it on a Windows. So even if I was on a Mac, yeah, I could have all those free access to all the nonprofit stuff. Well, what is What does Apple do? When I search benefits for nonprofits, Apple doesn't show up. Why is that? They don't care about education. They don't care about benefiting nonprofits that are doing goodwill to help increase the community, to just be good. Like, are they donating and doing things to help out here and there? Yeah. Are they worried about the environment and they're trying to recycle the computers and phones and all that stuff that you send in? Sure. But is it actually helping? Are they doing it at a big enough scale? Are they actually impacting people that can actually utilize the money? Amazon getting rid of the Amazon Smile. So any of the purchases that you make now, you can never give money to nonprofits again through your purchases. So what do they say? Oh, well, we want it to be easier. We want to just, we just want to sponsor and donate to people that we want to give it to. You go to their site, yeah, they got a couple of things that they're impacted. Fresh water, which I agree, yes, everybody should have access to water. I love it. I love it. I love water, spring water. It's from the ground. You don't need to recycle poop water if you don't have to. If you need to, do it. We have the technology to do that. So yes, if it makes sense to pull it from the water, well, from underneath the ground, because it's more efficient, you don't have to filter it as much as you would seawater or just any other type of water, then yeah, do that. But I don't know. Unless I'm wrong, unless Apple has some kind of page or something somewhere that I haven't seen before. And I'm just blowing smoke, but I haven't seen it. They're more concerned about giving you that experience that everything's perfect. Getting you into that VR, AR world where nothing can bother you. You can zone everybody out. But what does that help? You get to pay $3,500 to not worry about kids without computers, to not worry about fresh water, to not worry about food for kids who parents can't even get out of bed to get them food. Doped up, can't even get out of bed to get them food. Have to walk forever to even get food, because all those stories. But yeah. Not saying everybody has to do something, but I think if you can't help in the sense of giving money, giving time, then take the time that you take research and development, take that time, add to it, and reorganize your thoughts to make things easier and more accessible for people to repair, to learn about, to fix up. Because yeah, you may not be able to make the product that you want that does all this cool stuff, because then what do they got for the disabled for the VR AR thing? Yeah, you got to look at what you're looking at, which is fine. Hard of sight, sure. Yeah, I could see the issue. Like, I don't really see how you could get around that. But you got to still interact with it by pinching, like a little crab. Everybody's going to be turning into crabs. Everybody just turns into crabs. I don't know. But what happens if you don't have an index and a thumb, or you got You only got a thumb. You got nothing. You got a number one. What are you gonna do? How are you supposed to select? What's gonna happen? Can't use it. That's for sure. So it's not helping develop anybody. It's not helping solve an issue. It's just saying, hey, here's a fun new thing we decided to put together. You want to try this? Here's a distraction. Here's a smoke in the glass product. Literally. Well, you're not going to get smoke in your eyes, but it's a visor that will literally distract you from everything that's actually going on. If they could give me free ads, and I could put ads in your visor, and I could say, hey, this is what we're doing. I can show this live stream to you. Yeah, I would love that. That'd be so cool. But that's not what you want. You don't want to see this all the time. You don't want to go into it to escape reality, to just be force-fed reality. Now, if you start getting ads in that thing, nope, not me. Not a product for me. What about repairing it? Everything they built in that head unit is 100% theirs. It's their proprietary design, development, build, their own chips, everything. The screen breaks because, okay, it's glass and aluminum. What happens to glass and aluminum? Aluminum scratches very easily. What happens to glass? It cracks. What happens to plastic? It cracks with extreme force. Guess what happens to glass that is easily broken, but it's also widely manufactured everywhere? It's cheap to replace and repair. What's the cost to repair and fix and upgrade anything? Well, you can't really upgrade. What's the cost to repair anything on the new the Vision Pro or whatever it's called? You can't. If it breaks, it's trash.
All right, 46 minutes.
What am I doing wrong? Why is this screw not going in? Those are where it's supposed to go. But something doesn't like going in there. What's going on? I think the tip of those threads on the screw were stripped somehow. But everything else is going in. Perfect. Perfect. Toss this back in. Okay. Let's get some new rags in here. I'm even being resourceful here because these are recycled, basically medical rags. So these are the rags that are used in hospitals. They can only be used once. That's probably actual blood on there. I don't know if that's coming across, but but it's basically stained, so it's probably blood and whatever else was on there. But they can only be used once. Blood you can clean and sterilize it, and just basically it's reusable. I'm not gonna die if I eat this, but yeah, essentially you could just buy these. They're already recycled. You don't have to buy new, and they're great. Like, yeah, they do have some kind of dust coming off them, some fabric lint, but it's very minimal, and it's a very easy way you could buy recycled versus buying brand new microfiber, which is all plastics. And these are 100% cotton. So these are more biodegradable as well. That's why the medical industry uses them and not microfiber, because they don't biodegrade the microfiber. They do over many years. This, you ever don't want to use it again, just go toss it in the garden. Go bury it. It's cotton. It just turns right back into carbon. Could be used as food to fuel your plant. Stop weeds from growing. Hide them. So many different uses when you have 100% cotton stuff. Things that are actually biodegradable. Even these things, dental picks. They're picks in general, but dentist offices use them. If you ever want to get some picks like this, if you don't have too much money, go to your dentist office. See if they got some picks that you can use. Maybe you can set something up with them. Maybe that's what I need to do. I need to go talk to a dentist office and say, hey, do you have any, when you get rid of these, because same thing, they have to get rid of them after so long. They may break off or something. I got a couple of broken ones myself, and broken ones seem to be a little bit more useful in certain circumstances. So that's something that I should consider myself, is going and partnering with a couple of these local dentist shops, dentistries, and set up for tool donations, so I could get them sponsored on here as well. Speaking of sponsors, though, I do not have a sponsor, but I want one. I want a sponsor. I want a sponsor. I really want a sponsor. If anybody has any contact with Crucial, I'm contacting them every Friday. I told them on Thursday, when the day I told them on Friday that I'm doing this live stream. I haven't received an email from their team yet, talking about the possibility of bulk purchasing, the possibility of creating a sponsorship, possibility of donations. I have not received any contact from their team. I know they use a third-party system to manage all that, but yeah. The cheaper we could get these things, I know I'm getting them for about $27 this round for those 5. cheaper I could get them, obviously, the more it's going to impact. So that's the goal. And again, every computer is going to get them regardless. So I need to get them as cheap as possible, because that's going to be the way that we're going to be the most sustainable. So if anybody does know or have a Crucial contact, I definitely would love to hear that, because I want to partner with them. That's it. Compared to all the other brands out there, I want to partner with Crucial because, again, they have the cheapest. The MX 500s are the cheapest ones that have DRAM, which earlier I explained where these older machines, if they have slower RAM, which they typically do, it's more beneficial to have DRAM on the solid state drive, because essentially DRAM is kind of like the RAM you typically have in a machine, where it kind of keeps track of where everything's at, what's been last used. So if the solid state drive is like a grid through like A through Z, 1 through 10, and you put something in Z10, then it's going to say, hey, you put that photo in Z10. And then it's going to like, hey, you need to access that photo again. Without accessing anything else on the computer, not the CPU, not the other RAM that's in here. It will just be like, hey, I need that photo. And it's going to say, oh, okay, process, boop, done. There you go. There's your photo. Now, if you didn't have that and you had a solid state drive without DRAM, it's going to remember where all of your storage items are whenever you process them. It's going to remember all that on your RAM, which your RAM is refreshed every time you restart your computer. It starts from scratch. And as well, if you do happen to back up some of it to your storage drive, your drive itself, it can't read directly from the drive. So it's going to have to read. So the CPU is going to have to interact with the RAM, say, hey, do you have this thing? RAM's going to say, nope. CPU is going to be like, hey, let me get over to the hard drive. Hey, the extra storage thing, you have the thing, right? And it's like, oh, yeah, okay, you do? Okay, let me send another request saying, hey, let me get that file. Oh, okay, let me talk to the storage unit to comprehend and read that, load that into the RAM. Okay, now that's there. Okay, now where's the actual storage? Okay, it's over here. Now you go back to the SSD to say, hey, let's get the file. And it's like, yeah. When these old CPUs as well, some of them are really old. Yeah, that's a lot of processing. That's a lot to ask for slow RAM, where all that could be avoided by buying a quality solid state drive like this from Crucial, the MX500. That's the cheapest solid state drive here in America that you could purchase that has DRAM from a very reputable quality brand. So I've talked enough about them. I just need them to sponsor. So if you think that they should also sponsor, leave a comment. So that way I can say, hey, look at my live stream. Look at this engagement. They want me to sponsor, and maybe they could give some solid state drives out to all your viewers too. I don't know, maybe you guys watching. I don't know. They could do anything. They could do a lot of stuff. They could. But you got to tell them to do it. So same thing. We got to, because we reset the battery, we got to reset the time on this one. So I know I try to speed run this, but it turned into more of a talking about other companies. What am I doing? 7.
7:41. Is it going in military time now?
That's a good point. Is this doing military time? I guess it is. Yes, it is. So 7.
Just 12. 19.
1941. Okay, well the other ones are off. But like I said before, once you get the general idea of what this is, you get into the computer. As long as you have the day set correctly, once you get into the OS, you update it. Typically, when you set that time, it will sync with the motherboard. So as long as you get this set up typically close enough, then the computer will take care of the rest. So it's not too much of a worry. Perfect. Oh, I guess I could have put this in there on the start. Probably won't do anything. Let's go ahead and boot that up again. That's alcohol. Okay, so that's booting up. That will get the Windows 10 installation going. And this is it. We're already at the 5th one. I feel like I just started. Like this this is so fun to me to have just assembly line of fixing up computers. $30 per computer, upgrading to be donated for free to kids. Like this is ridiculous. So not just repairing, restoring, cleaning. We're literally installing Windows 10, and the machines are literally ready to go out the door. After I test them, of course. But the testing part is automated essentially. I'm just downloading. Well, even for the updates, I'm downloading Lenovo Advantage, setting update, and there we go. And then it's just going to do its thing automatically. I just step in from time to time to say next, and then that's pretty much it. So yeah, so we got this last one. So again, this is a total of, after taxes and everything, I know I need to file for tax exemption and all that stuff as a nonprofit and everything. So I need to file this back with the government when I'm done. But essentially 100, what would that have been? Basically 120, if that, 110, somewhere between there, for these 5 computers. That's all that was needed. I know the earlier one I wanted to show you a little bit more advanced of like what it was to replace a keyboard. Essentially, you would just, in this case, this had 3 screws to remove. Remove those. We were able to slide it up. There was sticky stuff in it. That's why it was broken. Yeah, so essentially just did that, and I had one of the other ones pulled the keyboard out of there as a scrap machine, and then there we go, put it in. And then besides that, it's just been taking it fully apart, making sure there's no dust bunnies anywhere, making sure the thermal paste is replaced so that way it stays cool and efficient as possible, and has a longer battery life because there's that too. Too much heat, aka it's trying to draw too much power. Well, it's trying to compensate for some stuff, and it's just very inefficient, meaning that the battery drains faster. So yeah, I think we're doing pretty good. So this last one, this is the one we're going to speed run, okay? We're going to do the entire thing that I just did. We're going to get all the way to the point of installing Windows. That's when we're going to stop the timer. And the last one with the ramblings, I believe we went on to about 50 minutes or so. Still less than an hour. But essentially, we're going to try to speed run this as fast as possible. So before I commence the speed run, let's just do a basic check of what this thing is doing, so I have a general idea if it's fully functional or if there's something that we got to kind of work with. Let's see, turn on the power button, I feel the fan, we got a screen. I'll get to the login screen to see if the keys are functional with the passwords. Reason I'm not showing the screen is just because these are from a school donated. They still have the hard drives in them, and there are some names attached to them, so I'm not going to show any of the names. Because definitely here what we do is, again, why the solid state drives are so important are that we get rid of the hard drives, we destroy them, we recycle them, and yeah, there's no data leakage, there's nothing to be found on them.
I'm just gonna do a timer.
Okay, so we'll have the timer set up there. Once I get going, just checking a couple of things here. Numlock works. Things seem to be working. And we'll go ahead and power this thing down. The other Lenovo seems to be rebooting, so I'll remove the boot drive.
No, I don't know, unless it's gonna be in the way.
So right now what I'm doing is just kind of waiting for this one, so that way I don't get distracted. Because by speed running, I mean we're gonna speed run it. We're gonna just go, go, go. We can clean some of this stuff up as I'm going.
Right now you're checking the file.
Yeah, so for right now what we're doing, we're waiting for the Windows operating system to boot up. I already installed it on the brand new solid state drive from Crucial, MX500. Not a sponsor, definitely want them to be. And yeah, once this thing gets booted up, we'll just go through some basic setup with Windows. And once that is complete, we're definitely going to speed run our last computer for the day. Today we've done 4 laptops so far, and that will be the 5th one. Each one so far we've taken everything apart. Well, not everything, everything within reason. Took the keyboard off, take the take the top panel off, took out the motherboard, replaced thermal paste, make sure that the heat sinks were clear of any dust and debris, and just made sure that the system is pretty much good to go. Once everything is kind of all closed up and put back together, we go ahead and hit it with some isopropyl alcohol to remove any sticky stuff from stickers or just general usage, sticky fingers, and then come back with some glass cleaner to get rid of any the residue that it loosens up and that it may leave streaking, and we get rid of all the streaks with the glass cleaner. And then at the end, we power it back up to show that it's fully working, and then I get my USB Windows 10 installation media and install Windows 10 again on our brand new solid state drive. One thing I plan on doing in the future, as I'm working on testing and making sure the computers are up to date is that as we get more sponsors, I want to be able to set their logos and their names as the wallpaper. So nothing too busy or crazy going on, but something that's very tasteful as a background that kind of just shows who helped support our organization to help do this kind of process, to help pay for the hard drives, well, the solid state drives, help pay for any of the equipment that we need to do, the donators, larger corporations, smaller corporations, businesses, just whoever is creating the most impact and helping continuously with the cause. We want to be able to show that to the students that and the families that are receiving it, that it's not just Computer Repair Lab, it's everybody that's involved has a very large helping hand. And yeah, we want to make sure everybody's credited as we start growing and expanding our reach to our sponsors. So that's definitely one thing to look forward to. So with that Windows machine now, it is definitely going through its final startup process. And from now, what we can do is try to speed run this thing. Get primed up. Got to get that energy. Okay, so we're going to speed run this thing. What we're going to do first is take it apart. And when taking it apart, we're going to make sure that it has 8 gigs of RAM. We're going to make sure that we upgrade the hard disk drive to a solid state drive. And we're going to make sure that it has new thermal paste. And in this case, it means that we got to take the entire thing apart to get to the motherboard, to flip the motherboard over to replace it. We're going to get rid of all the dust. And we're gonna just service it, give it a full service, so then that way we can donate it for free to students in need. So let's get started. And that's very nice to see. The computer next to me that I already started the process of installing Windows 10. It has fully booted into Windows 10 and is at the desktop screen right now. Definitely a massive motivation as I'm speed running the last computer for today. This is computer number 5. of doing a full cleaning, a full restoration, a full upgrade, a full dedicated afternoon for 5 laptops. Cannot believe it. Can't believe it. I have the opportunity to fix 5 laptops, upgrade them, to give them to kids who do not have them. That is insane to have this opportunity. This did it growing up, taking things randomly apart of all my parents' stuff, and now here I am still taking things apart, but now it's not my parents' stuff. It's stuff for kids who don't have them. And what I want to do is give that opportunity to kids too, of learning how to take these things apart, showing them that the inside of these things are not a mystery, that it's not magic, that it's actually thought and process put into this kind of stuff to actually make them function and work. And it's just something that they could aspire to possibly do one day, as far as becoming a computer engineer to design something like this. Like, that's just would be insane to me if that were to ever be the case locally, to have one of these kids become a computer engineer to develop even just a small little Bluetooth Wi-Fi connector. Someone be involved enough to figure that out and be on the team that helps develop that. That would be insane. And all I'm doing is the very basic, cleaning them, upgrading them, making sure they are fully functional, and giving them the opportunity to be utilized by kids who have endless creativity but do not have an outlet to actually use it. These kids will finally have an outlet to make their own business, make their own learning curriculum. They want to learn about the stuff that they like. They're not limited to the things that they have based on the computers that the schools give them. They don't have to return the computer to anybody. It's their computer. They get to choose what they do with it. They get to choose what to learn. They get to learn how to do this. They get the opportunity to teach others, just like what I'm doing right now. All right, we've got these cables to get out. Again, I'm doing it precisely, not just brute forcing, because I know I'm still trying to do it as fast as possible. But I'm going to do it as smart as possible as well.
What's your estimated time? Guess.
I think that this laptop will be fully open, closed, and running Windows in 29.99 seconds.
What? It's gotta be in.
Not seconds. 29 minutes, 99 seconds. Not,
59.
yeah, you know what I'm saying, 59 seconds.
And the last
Yes,
second.
I do not have time to compensate time right now. I have time to trying to do what I'm trying to do. Trying to speed run. The key to being successful at a successful speed run is making sure that you're keeping track of all the screws, where they go, and placing them in a pattern and way that you can easily remember on how to get them. so many screws in these old ones. Newer ones, there's only 6 to 8 screws to take them apart to get to everything you need. But guess what? I'm a pro at this. This is the 5th laptop, same one, so there's no excuse I can't do this faster than 30 minutes. If I get all the screws out. Being careful with this tape over here, just because in the earlier computers, it's always kind of been a little issue with a little transistor there, so I just want to make sure that it's not going to be damaged at all. So it's in 10 minutes. If I could get this cleaned up in 5 minutes, less than that, then we could get this thing back together even quicker, and we could get possibly Windows 10 installed fully. And by saying Windows 10 installed fully, I mean the USB stick goes in, it starts the process of installing, and then as soon as it restarts for the first time, where I can pull out the USB stick, then that means to me that Windows is installed enough to operate on its own and does not need any outside files or things to actually function anymore. So that is what I'm referencing, and that's the goal of the build. That's going to be when the timer is turned off. But just because I'm trying to do this as fast as possible doesn't mean I'm going to skimp anywhere, because at the end of the day, it's all about the quality of the product, because it's going to be going to quality kids who actually need to learn all this stuff and be able to use a computer of their own and not have issues with it not loading, not turning on. It's just gotta go. It's just gotta work. Looks so shiny. I love it. right, thermal paste. Trying to multitask. Let's get the thing screwed as I'm trying to get this thing in. The power for the fan connected. Let's get these 4. Let's give this a little blowout. Let's get that sticker off. Wait around that. I need to get this in first. Put that in, 45. Get these ribbon cables up. Let's get these inserted. Perfect. And the reason you see me moving the screen forward and back so often is just because the screen is pretty much the only thing that has weight when taking everything apart. Because literally all this is plastic, so as it's just sitting there, it's literally just the screen that has the weight, which is relatively heavy in comparison to the rest of the laptop. And if you're wondering how I know exactly where all these little screws go, well, you gotta go all the way back to the beginning of my live stream where I explain that there are little secrets to know on how to do it. And those little secrets are all told at the beginning. And there's quite a few more sprinkled throughout the rest of the stream as well, as I fixed 4 other laptops, this being the 5th one. But it's almost like a video game to me. Everything just goes into place. You got your inventory, you pull it all apart, you can figure it out. You optimize it, running out of air. I could hit that later. There we go, slide this in. Looks like an eraser bit stuck underneath the key. Got that out. Pull that back down. Keyboard is in. Now, it's just the bottom. Let's get going. Let's get all these small ones in. And that's one thing that's very beneficial into doing a speed run, cleaning a laptop, is having a magnetic screwdriver. What I've been using this entire time to fix all 5 laptops have been an iFixit kit. Just using just the little bit driver here, and then using the, I think it's a PH000, if I am not mistaken, or maybe a PH0 size bit Phillips head. And what I really like about their kits is that it's very eco-friendly. If something breaks, the metal breaks and all that kind of stuff, guess what? They will replace the entire bit that broke for free. Lifetime warranty. So in this case, when I purchased this kit, the head eventually came off. The blue part of that screwdriver, which is the part that pivots, it's on a, what do you call it, a bearing, and essentially it allows it to be used very quickly because it just kind of twists in your hand very efficiently, and essentially it just popped off one day. Essentially it's kind of like just glued in there, but it just popped off. I told them, hey, this happened, and they said, hey, just send a photo just to confirm, and then show me the receipt, the order number, which I did, and they said, okay, we'll ship you a replacement screwdriver, the entire mini thing, in just a couple of days. So they did. Having mic issues, so we're finding a backup solution. And we're seeing if we can use one of the webcams, because I got the 2 webcams, one up overhead. So the Rode is kaput. But it served a great purpose. That was many hours. And we're still going.
5 hours.
5 hours lifetime. That was a fully charged unit there. And we're still gonna go and still gonna do this because this 5th computer is where it counts. Perfect. All the things are looking good. I still need to get the solid state drive out. Still in there. We're at 23 minutes. Oh boy. Probably not gonna get Windows installed. But maybe. Never know. You set a goal and you're going to try to achieve it, and that's all that matters. If you finish your initial goal, you still achieved it. You maybe didn't achieve it in the time you wanted to, but that just means that you have another goal to work towards. To rethink what you just did to see what exactly you can improve on. Rethink the process. Maybe the way that I did this isn't the most efficient. Maybe I'm going to try to hack something together and try to beat the time still. Because maybe there's something that I know that you don't know. Let's see if something that I know to work could possibly work. Let's plug this thing in. Get the Windows key in there. And get it started. Let's do it. Let's do F1. F1. Alright, time and date. We are going to 6/11/23, and the time is 17/20 19 maybe? I don't know, something. Yeah.
19 time. Today is the 11th. It's 19. No, actually it's 2019.
Okay, whatever. That's close enough. Not the right time, but it is going to suffice.
It'll update.
It'll update in the BIOS once we get Windows 10 installed and fully operable. That's going to be doing the thing. And while that's doing that, I'm going to get some of these screws in. Putting the screws in for the solid state drive right now. I'm going to do this in 30 minutes. Let's go. Come on. Anytime waiting, I could be screwing. Let's do it. Let's do it. Okay, we got just some panels left. Did I get all the small ones in there? I already got the small ones. I am good. Let's accept this license. Click next, custom, next. And we are good to go. Here's a little hack. You hang the screen off the end of the desk so that way you can keep screwing and it's not going to put the computer to sleep or anything. Like I said, I know some things that you may not know, but I also do have 5,000 screws to put back in this thing within 2 minutes. Oh my gosh. I am doing something wrong. keyboard does not want to be screwed into right now. Don't know what's going on. Okay, let's go to every other part then. There's too many. Death by screws.
Oh no. Wait.
I still gotta figure out why the keyboard screws aren't going in.
1 minute.
1 minute. Oh my gosh.
I mean, I said it was gonna be 34:44, so.
Uh-oh. What? I don't know what's going on with some of these screws. The keyboard is in. The thing is doing stuff. I don't know why. What is going on? I'm pressing hard. I need it to go. Pressing key should not do anything. Do not drop. Because the keyboard came out.
Oh.
Nope. 30 minutes. I failed.
But I said 34:44, so
Let's see.
still make it my
Okay,
guess.
so I got the thing, realigned the keyboard. Don't know why the keyboard came undone. It's ridiculous. Attached. Perfect. How fast can we do it? We're only just a couple of minutes away. If that. I think we are so close. Installing features. Do it. Restarting. Unplug. Restart now. Do that. While I'm get these in. I'll just close it for now. That's fine. Because technically USB is out. It literally just needs to restart, and it is in motion. The keyboard. Why did the keyboard mess me up? I was so close to the 30. Even if the keyboard didn't mess up, I don't think I would have had the time to finish that, because regardless, the Windows update finished at 31:30 or so. So yeah, wouldn't have got that either which way. But a screw is missing somewhere. One screw. Where's the one screw go? Goes right there. Then we toss the big boys on there, the big things. Let's go. And we got the battery. And it's getting ready. Boom. Done. 32:55.
Oh boy. So which is closer, your time or mine?
So I had a time of 29:59. Jess had a time of 34:44. I believe Jess has won this
3 minutes away.
time.
I am
It was close, but Jess has got it.
2 minutes away. By 1 minute.
By 1 minute, her estimate. She got it. So while that's doing stuff, I still technically need to clean the things up, so I'll take the battery back out.
Oh, well, that doesn't count then.
Fully upgraded, fully working. I'm cleaning now.
Oh my goodness.
This doesn't need to happen to get Windows installed. So, yeah. Got a sticker here. Let's get rid of that. All right. Yep. It's like this one had a little glitch starting up, but that's just because we need to get Windows a little bit further along here into the boot up sequence. Get some of this stuff cleaned up as well. And we'll get ready for the outro for this stream. Perfect. That's one thing I love about what I've got set up right here at the house. Got the little workshop set up. Got all the tools available to me right within arm's reach, which makes doing this entire process so much easier. So that way when I'm done, I can just turn around, toss all the equipment where it needs to go. So that way, when I'm ready next time to repair the next round of computers that we have, everything is right here, ready to go. Let's take a look at what we have done today. This one, the resolution's a little weird. We have this one, we got the resolution looking a little bit weird. So let's see if we can change this real quick. Nope, can't change anything right now. That is fine. So let's take a look at everything we've done today. We have one, two, three, four, all booting up really fast because we got solid state drives in all of them. We got 5 laptops. 5. That's 5. It took 5 solid state drives to get these things repaired, upgraded, and ready to go for students in need. We are going to be working with our local nonprofits to find the students in need to get these into their hands. We currently have over 100 computers that were donated by the every time St. Peter's Catholic School, local here in DeLand, Florida. And with those computer donations, we were able to go and collect them. The students were able to create some volunteer times to go collect them from their other students and parents and things in their community. And we were able to raise a few bucks to essentially buy some solid state drives, 5 of them, which meant that we were able to put all those solid state drives into these machines. That's all they really needed. And basically we took them apart, cleaned up all the thermal paste that was old and crusty and dry, put new thermal paste, took out all the dust, really cleaned them all up, and pretty much they are ready to go to put in the kids' hands today. And that's what we did on Sunday, 6/11/23, first live stream from Computer Repair Lab. And that was just a donation of, in total, between a couple of donations, about $130. I was able to buy 5 solid state drives for 5 computers to put into kids' hands. That's going to change 5 children's lives. $130. That's all it took, and some time, but I'm not complaining. This was super fun. I hope you had a great time watching. Hopefully all the people that were able to watch throughout the day and had time to stop in and see the process, what was going on. I hope that it was involved and just entertaining to see what it takes to actually do something like this. It doesn't take a lot. At most, it's an hour per computer, and it's about 30-40 bucks for a computer to upgrade them. So I really hope you enjoyed today's stream. I plan on doing it again once we get some more funds in. So definitely get subscribed, stay tuned, go to our website, computerrepairlab.org, learn more about us, get subscribed on all of our social media platforms, and get ready to change the world.